4 Bullets and a Ghost, written by Melissa Bonzak, narrated by Rebecca Brokaw-Sands. Chapter 1. The Park. The short redhead slouched against a chain-link fence that ran the length of the park and watched as bits of Americana passed under the harsh orange glow of the street lamps. Kids racing bikes, dogs tugging leashes, out for the last sniffs of the night, couples pushing strollers, eager to lull their little ones to sleep. An image of babies being tucked into cribs made her yawn. She yanked off her ball cap, scratched vigorously at the pixie cut she'd been talked into, and tried to will herself back into surveillance mode. It was an unseasonably warm September evening, and while her jeans and tan antelope jacket were tolerable, she was regretting her choice of footwear. The low-heeled hiking boots were comfy, but they left her with sweaty feet and an itchy left leg, though that was more from the gun strapped to her calf than the boot. She bounced herself off the fence and crouched down to adjust her ankle holster. The Beretta Pico 380 didn't weigh much, less than a pound with a full magazine, but the Velcro was old, a hand-me-down from her first partner, and it was losing its will to live. The holster had spent most of the night loose at her ankle, bouncing against the lip of her boot. While she used one hand to steady the pocket holding her gun, the other ripped the Velcro free, pulled it taut, and then pressed it back into place. She tested it with a tug. It would hold. For now. A shoulder holster would have been more comfortable, but a fear of shooting herself in the bicep while drawing her weapon kept the Beretta on her ankle. Before she dropped the leg of her bootcut jeans back into place, she checked to see if the photo was still tucked behind her gun. It was. She wiggled it free and hooked 2 fingers into a link in the fence to hoist herself up. The couple in the photo was older, mid-60s at least. The woman held a scruffy little brown dog on her lap, and she and the man looked happy. Better times. The redhead yanked the walkie-talkie off the waistband of her jeans and pressed the talk button. "Where is she?" A burst of static came back at her. "Hang on, Finley." Her partner, Walter, sounded bored. "In the bedroom, watching TV with her mom. Where are you?" "And the block by the ball fields?" More static. "You don't, by chance, consider this a big fat waste of our time, do you?" Finley tapped a fingernail against the edge of the walkie-talkie. Walter could be a real pain in the ass. When her mentor Jack had skipped town in the middle of the night, leaving the agency in her hands, she'd been fine working alone. Being a private eye was really all about research, and that was something she could do by herself. Lots of time at the computer, lots of time sifting through record halls and archives, lots of time sitting in a parked car ready to snap pictures of the spouse of the week doing the nasty with a coworker. All you needed was patience. "Doesn't matter what I think," she said. Walter was not a patient man. "It's what the client thinks, yeah. When are you coming back?" Or even a private detective. He was a writer. A romance writer. He churned out those thin volumes you see at the grocery store with the bare-chested guy on the cover, his beefy arms wrapped around a damsel in distress. No. The writer was her unofficial partner because he was Zelda's brother, and she loved Zelda. Less than a week after Finley had become the sole owner of the agency, Walter had shown up with a question. Research for a new book. A morning had turned into a day, a week into a month, and 2 years later, he was still there, camped out at Jack's old desk, tapping away at the computer when he wasn't peppering her with questions about PI procedures. And as far as she knew, he still hadn't written a story about a private detective. She finally decided that as long as he was going to be around, she might as well put him to use. Let him answer phones, take care of the mail, help her be in 2 places at once. Like tonight, she lifted the walkie-talkie to her lips. "I'm going to do another pass and we can trade out." Walter was going to have to try to be patient. "So, like 5 or 10 minutes more?" "He's Zelda's brother," she reminded herself, "and you love Zelda." "It'll be more like 20. Pretend you're protecting the heroine from one of your books. The time will fly." On the other side of the packed neighborhood park, Walter wasn't sure he could make that work. Stretched out in the bed of his pickup truck, his back against the cab window, he replaced the walkie-talkie with a pair of binoculars and involuntarily shivered as the little old lady came back into view. A woman like her could never be the hero in one of his books. Though, perhaps this was untapped market potential. Romances featuring senior citizens? He spun the focus wheel on the binoculars. Everything melted into soft blobs of color before sharpening back into little old lady. "Nope," There were a lot of wrinkles in that landscape. It would never work. He dropped the binoculars in his lap and rubbed his eyes. Moments like this almost made him regret his decision to partner up with his sister's girlfriend. Almost. But with Jack gone, Finley was on her own. Who knew what sort of trouble she'd get herself into? The possibilities were endless. Walter raised the binoculars again and gave the room he was watching another quick peek. The old lady had settled down into bed. Thank goodness he missed any change of clothes, and was currently snuggling the little brown dog. They weren't going anywhere anytime soon. Better to keep an eye on the house itself. The binoculars dropped back into his lap and he rubbed his eyes again. He really needed to clear his head and think about something else for a bit. When was the last time his agent had called? His new book was supposed to be out, and he still hadn't gotten a copy. He really wanted to see it. They'd used a new photo on the back cover. He had seen a proof, but he wasn't sure it conveyed the real him. Aloof, man about town, yet tender when it came to the lady's sensibilities. I think it's perfect. The voice purred in his ear and sent vibrations down his spine. Ah, Angelina. He grinned at the brunette leaning into the bed of his pickup, a book clutched in her hands. There was a pout on her tasty red lips, and her thick black hair hung long and loose, the curls hiding most of the pearl buttons that strained to hold her red silk blouse together. Angelina was the best thing he had ever created. Thanks to his impressive imagination, she had arrived in his thoughts fully formed and had flowed to the page with ease. And when he needed a distraction, she appeared before his eyes, in the flesh, so to speak, ready and willing to help him through whatever he needed. If only the world could see his creation like he did. She leaned in a bit closer, her lips parting, eager to take on his— Hang on! Walter raised a hand and she stopped short. It doesn't quite work. Maybe— He fingered the blouse. Maybe lighter and thinner fabric. In his mind's eye, the red dissolved into a sheer white, and he nodded, satisfied. Angelina swung a leather-clad leg over the gate and dropped onto the blanket beside him. She set the book on her lap and traced the outline of the small photo near the bottom of the back cover. I love this picture of you. Walter nodded. I like it, too. And he did. He'd worn a blue cable-knit sweater, a fresh dose of spray-on tan, and a favorite tweed cap that covered a hairline that had been receding since his 16th birthday. At the last minute, he'd let the photographer tuck a pipe into a corner of his mouth. It had given him a real air of authenticity. Angelina leaned close enough to brush her soft lips against his cheek. I love what it says to me. Tender, yet a man of action. Which book is that? Walter wanted to flip the cover over, but his right wrist was now cuffed to one of the tie-down loops in the bed of the truck. He tugged on the restraint, feeling the cold steel against his wrist, hearing the grind of metal against metal, and another shiver worked its way down his spine. He always thought he knew how the evening was going to progress whenever Angelina materialized. He was always pleasantly surprised. She turned the book over. It's the moon-swept stranger, she purred. Of course. He was the perfect choice for a dull night of surveillance. Page 73 to 75. Well, most of the moon-swept stranger would have been perfect. He shook his head. There's no time for 73 through 75. He only had about 20 minutes. Pages 73 to 75 would take at least an hour, when done correctly. Angelina ripped open her shirt. Pearl buttons flew in every direction, freeing cleavage stuffed into a lacy ivory corset. Just page 75, then. 10 minutes later, Finley was only halfway through her last circuit of the park. The stroller crowd was gone, but they'd been replaced with teenagers and older folks. Eventually, she'd been forced to stand off to one side, simply scanning faces as they went by. And now her neck was sore. Again. Sticking a corner of the photo between her teeth, she leaned back against the fence and stretched her arms over her head. Rolling her head in a circle, she moaned as the muscles began to unwind. If she got lucky and wrapped up the case tonight, she could get paid and have a massage, which was enough incentive to get back to it. Taking the photo out of her mouth, Finley wiped the wet edges on her sleeve. Avoiding an arthritic-looking Dalmatian and his equally arthritic owner, she stepped off the sidewalk onto the street and was almost run over by a bicycle as it zigzagged around a couple of rollerbladers. Spinning out of the way, she slammed into a guy who'd chosen that exact moment to step off the sidewalk. The photo went flying, and she wound up face first in the gutter. "Are you okay?" Somebody pulled her to her feet. Not the guy who knocked her over, of course, but the guy from the photo, which he was now holding. "Hi, Gary," Finley said. Gary wrinkled up his face in recognition. "How you doing?" she asked. He nodded, crunched up his mouth like he was going to reply, sucked in a breath, and took off. Chapter 2. The Perp. Finley propped a foot on the edge of the curb and watched Gary jog away. He wasn't very fast. The beer belly told her he didn't believe in exercise, and the wheezing signaled a multi-pack-a-day habit, which was good. After standing all night, she didn't have the energy to sprint. She crossed the street and kept to the edge of the road, matching his pace, making sure he could see her, even waving to him at one point. Going slow, she still beat him to the end of the block. She stayed on the other side of the street and watched as he approached. At the stop sign, she needed him to turn to his left. He reached the pole and leaned against it as he tried to catch his breath. He casually glanced around and caught her eye. And went left. Finley pumped a fist in the air. Yes! She pressed the walkie-talkie to her lips. "Walter," she shouted, "he's headed your way." There was no reply, but that was okay. He'd be getting in position, ready to shoot the photos. Near the end of the road, she darted up over the sidewalk and cut the crowd. Around the corner, she sprinted into a parking lot that stretched along the front of a dark and empty ball field. Walter's truck was easy to spot. Second row from the front, 3 feet in front of the light pole. There was Gary, limping straight for it, and definitely within 50 yards of the old lady's house. Finley had been sure to mark the distance. It was a slam dunk. Or it would have been, if Walter had been there with the camera. Without him, she needed to catch up before Gary reached the light pole. That was yard 49. That was the safe zone. Just like if he'd gone right back at the stop sign, he'd have been outside the 50-yard distance. She kicked up her speed. If Gary got past Walter's truck and the pole, she'd have to start this nonsense all over again because there was no way the guy would give up. He was an idiot. He'd be back. Maybe not tomorrow night. Maybe not the next. But she'd have to wait him out. And she was tired of the park. She wanted this case over. She wanted her massage. So she needed a photo of him on this side of the pole. She kicked up a burst of speed, caught up in 10 strides, and took him down in a flying leap, just shy of the truck's front bumper. They hit the blacktop, rolled twice, and came to a rest with Finley on top, her knees pressed into his kidneys. She glanced back at the pole. They were on the correct side. Now she just needed the photo. "Walter!" she yelled. The truck was here. He had to be close. Underneath her, Gary wiggled, and his shirt pulled up, revealing a bulky item in a back pocket. She tugged out the dog leash and leaned over to shake it in his face. "You're supposed to stay 50 yards away from your ex-wife's dog, you jerk." "You got him." She looked up as Walter climbed out of the bed of the truck. "Were you asleep in there?" she yelled. "Course not," Walter said. He crouched down beside them and snorted at Gary. "You violated your parole for a dog." Finley eyed the handcuffs dangling from Walter's wrist. It was better if she didn't know what he'd been up to. She'd just pretend he'd been asleep. "Can I have those?" Walter sucked in his lower lip and dropped his eyes. "Sorry, I was just making the time fly by." "Just call Tony?" Walter passed her the cuffs and then fished his cell phone out of a pocket. Gary tried to lift his head. "Who's Tony?" "Be quiet." Finley pressed a knee into his back and snapped her fingers at her partner, or what barely passed as one. "And tell him to hurry." Then she had a horrible thought. She reached back and pressed her palm against her left calf. Damn it. "Wait, Walter?" He looked up from his phone. "Hang up and switch up with me?" Before they called her cousin, Detective Tony Wade, she needed to go look for her gun. Chapter 3. The Murder. Tony had been too busy to pick up Gary, something about a big case. But he'd sent a patrol car. 2 hours later, Finley was back in her office. It wasn't much. An old couch lined the back wall. 2 desks filled the center. A bookshelf along the right side was stuffed with useless phone directories from nearby counties, thanks to her former partner's fear of the internet. To one side of that, a 6-drawer file cabinet that she hadn't been able to lock since she'd lost her key. On the other side, there was a small pump organ that Walter had found at a yard sale. Periodically, he talked about taking lessons, but from the amount of dust on the thing, Finley was pretty sure he hadn't touched it since it had appeared. An open door to the right of the couch led to a long, narrow hall. 2 other tenants in the building shared the bathroom and a full-sized fridge. Ignoring the mountain of paperwork on her desk, she kicked off her sweaty boots and tossed her jacket over a chair. In the bathroom, she soaked a washcloth in scalding water and hurried back to the couch to stretch out and soak the night off her face. She'd left the gun on her calf. At least until she could get home and lock it up. It would be irresponsible to keep the holster. For work, anyway. She stretched and rubbed the back of her stiff neck. 2 doses of aspirin had done nothing. $3. Finley tugged the wet cloth off of her face and opened her eyes. Her girlfriend Zelda was perched on the arm of the sofa and shrink-wrapped into a shiny blue dress. A neon green cap was pinned into her shoulder-length jet black hair, and her features were highlighted with glittery oranges and yellows. A silver tray was balanced on one hand, where a single-serve mini bottle was centered on a white lace doily. The label-free bottle was filled with a clear liquid and topped with a red and white bendy straw. Finley didn't need a label, though, to know what horror awaited her. La Leche Celestial, a.k.a. Milk of Heaven, was the Roos family rum company. Zelda and Walter's grandma had founded the distillery back in the 60s, and their dad currently ran the main bottling plant out of a little town just this side of the Mexican border. A few years back, they'd responded to a slump in sales by creating a line flavored with vegetables. The new rums had saved the company, becoming bestsellers in Japan and catapulting La Leche Celestial into the international market. Finley eyed the little bottle. She loved rum. She loved vegetables. She just didn't like them as a mixed set. But she loved Zelda. So she drank every time it was offered. "Do you want this or not?" Zelda asked. "I got other customers." Finley glanced around her empty office. Like Walter, Zelda had interests outside the family business. While he was a writer, she was an actress. Or, rather, wanted to be an actress. When she wasn't prepping for an audition, she was creating characters just for practice. The big question for Finley was always, audition or cosplay? She looked over Zelda's outfit of the day and, as usual, wasn't sure. But it didn't matter. Either way, playing along was going to have a pleasant outcome. She dug out a 10 that Zelda snatched and stuffed down her cleavage. "No change?" Finley asked. "No tip?" "I think I want some change," Finley said. "I think you'll have to get it yourself." Finley's mouth curled into a smile. She slipped a palm behind Zelda's neck, pulled her close for a kiss, the strain of the long day draining away as soft lips touched hers. "Hey, Zelda." And all the stress came back as her girlfriend pulled away. "Fudgeberries." Wasn't more than a whisper, and made Finley smile. Zelda had grown up in a strict Catholic household, so her go-to curse words were creative, to say the least. Walter waved at them and dropped into the chair at Jack's old desk. Finley licked her lips. Raspberry gloss and a lost moment. Walter's timing, as usual, sucked. "That's not my table," Zelda said. "What?" Finley wiggled the little bottle at him. "I'm with her," he said. He took off his backpack and hurried to join Finley on the couch. She understood his enthusiasm. Despite the taste, La Leche Celestial represented freedom. Without that cash flow, he'd never have been able to spend his days writing cheap novels and invading her privacy. "Be right back." Zelda slipped out into the hall. Walter stretched his legs out over the coffee table. "I love kicking back at our office after we crack a case." Finley twitched at the word hour. "You get paid?" "Clients all squared up." He yanked an envelope from his jacket pocket and passed it over. It was filled with a lot of small bills. There wasn't much money in canine protection, but, as Jack used to say, a case was a case. "Pup's mom was absolutely ecstatic," Walter continued. "We kept her little mutt safe. She'll recommend us to family and friends far and wide, blah, blah, blah. So," he rubbed his palms together, "what's next?" There were a few open cases, but it was all stuff she preferred to handle by herself. "Why don't you take the rest of the week off?" He looked at her like she'd just given one of his books a 1-star review. Or, she continued, how about you troll Craigslist? Find us another juicy case. That would keep him busy. Take the laptop. Hit the bookstore on Templeton. Get a coffee. Take a lot of notes. Oh, that's okay. Walter tugged his cell phone out of a pocket and slouched down a bit to get comfy. I can do that here. She was never going to get rid of him. Wade and Rouse might as well give up and get a new sign. You're okay with that, right? Walter asked. She was saved from answering because Zelda was back with her tray and 2 more bottles topped with red and white straws. How much? Walter asked. 6. He counted out 6 bills, took the closest bottle, then added 2 more singles to the pile. For me? Zelda asked. Only if you join us. She grabbed the last bottle, tossed the empty tray on the carpet, and climbed over his legs to squish between her girlfriend and her brother. Walter waved a hand over her outfit and ventured a guess. Did you get the part? He asked. They're getting back to me. She lifted her bottle. It's a new flavor. Dad's worried it might not have enough punch. Finley felt her stomach muscles clench. The Rouse family rums always had plenty of punch. On 3, Zelda said. Walter lifted his bottle. 1. Finley lifted hers, because she loved her girlfriend. 2. And 3, Zelda finished. Everybody brought the straws to their mouths and took a sip, and let out a collective, ugh. Beats. Finley coughed out the word before her throat closed back up. Dad. Walter couldn't seem to catch his breath. He's got a real winner. Zelda nodded. The more disgusting the flavor, the better it sells. She clamped the straw in her teeth. Finley didn't answer. She was too busy watching her former partner Jack casually stroll through the front door like he'd just been out in the parking lot getting something from his car. And he looked exactly like he had the last time she'd seen him 2 years before. Black suit, no vest, wrinkled white shirt, wide black tie, gray hair clipped short, topped with a dark brown fedora, tan trench coat every bit as old as his 62 years, ill-fitted, unbuttoned, and well past its prime. Just like him. She could just make out the bulk of a holster at his shoulder, undoubtedly his Smith & Wesson .357 revolver. Jack had always enjoyed playing the part of the stereotypical PI. He claimed the clients expected it. You guys still drinking that hooch? He asked. Jack! Walter shouted. He barely beat Zelda in their quest for the first hug. Finley stayed where she was, watching them, trying to decide how she felt about her mentor's reappearance. Wally, Jack said, I saw a cute little gal reading one of your books on the bus just last week. Yeah? Which one? Tired of waiting her turn, Zelda pushed her brother out of the way. 2 years, Jack? You could have called. I've missed you. The older man gave her a sheepish nod and she rubbed her palms together. So, what'd you bring me? He pointed to the rolled-up paper bag by his feet. Saw it in a little vintage place and it made me think of you. Zelda dove in and quickly liberated a black felt hat decorated with a crushed red rose. She squealed with delight and danced over to a wall mirror to check out the fit. With everyone else taken care of, Jack turned his attention to Finley. Want to join me for a drink? It was something he'd said to her so many times over the 8 months that they'd been partners. Want to join me for a drink? They'd wrap a case or just wrap up a day and head to Jimmy's bar. After a shot or two, Finley'd head home to Zelda, and Jack would join his friends already at the pool tables. It had been the routine. Until the day he'd disappeared, leaving behind nothing but a crappy note. I'm officially retired, I'll be in touch. But he never was. And she was still pissed. Jack shifted his weight and leaned a hand on his old desk. Come on, just one drink? I've already got one. She slurped up a mouthful of beet-flavored rum and fought the urge to shiver as it clawed its way down her throat. Jack pushed the fedora back on his head. You're mad at me? He actually sounded surprised. You disappeared. Something came up. And now you're suddenly back? Something else came up. Come on. Just one drink. Jack turned to the others. Can you guys give us a minute? Walter stepped back until he was out of Jack's line of sight and waved a hand at Finley. He pointed to his chest and mimed a dozen or so unintelligible signs to her and then held up both hands like he was waiting on an answer. She wasn't sure what it all meant, but she'd gotten the gist. He'd stay if she wanted. Damn it. That was something a real partner would do. She was going to have to get that new sign after all. She shook her head. Walter gave her a single nod and steered his sister out the front door, and then brought them right back in. "What'd you forget?" was all Finley got out before she saw the kid. Late teens, blonde hair, pale, the nerdy boy-next-door look, except for the angry snarl on his lips, and the gun in his hand. Chapter 4. The Recovery. The kid raised a shaky arm and aimed the gun at her. No, past her. At Jack. In the moment that the boy fired, time slowed down. Jack, taking forever to fall to the floor, the shooter's arm swinging to Zelda and Walter, a second and third shot slamming into the wall as they flung themselves over a desk, sliding off the couch to drop to one shaky knee and guiding her Beretta out of the crappy ankle holster. She raised her weapon in the boy's direction as she watched his gun turn her way. They fired together. The kick from her gun threw Finley off balance, and she ended up on her back, dazed. Was she hit? She sat up, pressed a hand to her sweaty t-shirt and pounding heart. She tried to focus her eyes on the room around her, saw the sneakers and the boy attached to them. He was crumpled up against the wall, his neck at an odd angle, red spreading out of a hole in his shirt just above the little pocket. Eyes staring back at her, vacant. One arm extended, fingers pointing to Jack. Already cradled in Zelda's arms, his tie crooked, the blood spreading out from the center of his wrinkled white shirt. Finley was up on her hands and knees, crawling to them as Zelda's sobs were overpowered by her own screams. 3 days later, Finley woke up to her girlfriend standing over her, decked out as a Civil War nurse. "Good morrow." Finley sat up and propped a pillow behind her back. Since the shooting, Zelda had coped by retreating into her cosplay roles, taking on a new persona each of the 3 days since Jack had died. Finley understood the need to escape from reality. If the kid had been a better shot, they all could have died. "I'm to the hospital to fetch my good brother." "Do you need me to hitch the wagon up for you?" Finley asked. Her girlfriend patted a pocket in her uniform, and Finley heard a set of keys rattle. "Transportation has already been arranged." "I thought he wasn't getting discharged until tomorrow." When Walter had leapt over the desk back in her office, he'd broken his ankle and dislocated his knee. A long outpatient day for most people, unless your family name was on the door above the new wing at the hospital. Then you ended up in a VIP room with round-the-clock private nurses. "The patient protesteth enough to warrant an early release," Zelda said, "and he didn't wanteth to misseth the service." Finley felt her heart skip a beat. Today was Jack's memorial. Something she hadn't been looking forward to. She'd wanted to grieve for her friend in private, and the thought of being comforted by people she didn't know made her uneasy. "Shall you be accompanying me?" Zelda asked. Finley grabbed her cell phone from the nightstand, checked to see if the battery was full, and then unplugged it. It was a little after 8 in the morning. "I'm meeting Tony." Her cousin, Detective Tony Wade, had been with them in the waiting room while the doctors had fixed Walter. He'd kept saying the words, "It looks random," but that didn't make sense. As the night wore on, she'd finally let him leave after he'd promised that she'd be his first call. When he figured it out, after 3 days, she'd sent a text. "The Bean, tomorrow morning, 8:30. "Ah, our good officer of the law." Zelda was over at the dresser, adjusting her hat in the mirror. She tilted it just off-center and smiled at her reflection. "Perhaps my dear brother and I can come back this way and pickest you up." There's some other stuff I've got to take care of after," Finley said. "I'll meet you guys there." Or have a good excuse if she missed the service entirely. "Today, what dost thou have to take careth of?" "Rent." Finley rolled onto her back and stretched. "Ah, the fair lady, Mrs. McKay," Zelda said. "Without Walter, it's just me," Finley said. "And I don't want to miss the money shot." Damn. The writer had become an integral part of her operation. Without the cash from this reoccurring case, she'd never make her office rent. Hence, the woman's nickname, which annoyed Zelda to no end. "Perhaps thou can get us by with use of portraits of the fair Miss McKay from previous visits to town?" Finley pushed back the covers. "What if she's changed her hair?" She made a quick dash for the bathroom, coming back a few minutes later to search for the cleanest t-shirt and shorts in the pile near the bed. "Thou hast all weekend to deal with rent. Ah, Mrs. McKay," Zelda said. "Perhaps thou should attend the church early?" Finley buttoned up her shorts and gave the t-shirt a sniff before slipping it over her head. "Why would I do that?" Zelda dropped her eyes and took a sudden interest in the imaginary wrinkles in her dress. "I told the priest thou mightest want to say something." "Why would you do that?" Finley didn't even want to be at the funeral. "Because I thought you might want to say something." "Well, I don'teth." She fished a key out of the dish of coins on her nightstand. "Jack would appreciate it," Zelda said. "Jack won't be there." "Truly?" Finley yanked open the top drawer. Tony still had her Beretta. It had been confiscated after the shooting, but she had the backup, a subcompact Glock. "That won't be needed for a funeral." Finley unlocked the case and checked over the weapon. The chamber was empty, the clip full. "It's a work day." "Fudgeberries, Finley. Rent isn't going to shooteth thou," Zelda said. "Leaveth it at home, just for this day." Finley didn't like the idea of being unarmed. Things tended to happen when you least expected them, like when you were kicking back in your office, done with a case. If anyone else had asked, she would have ignored them. But this was Zelda. She set the gun back in its case and closed the drawer. "I thank thee." Zelda stood up and pulled what looked like an invitation from a pocket. "I shall reconnect with thou at the appointed time in the church." She pressed the card to her lips and set it on the bed. It was a notice for Jack's memorial, and the kiss covered half the address. "Finley?" She looked up from the notice. "Thou also received a letter from a solicitor. I set it in the kitchen by the kettle. Art thou being sued again?" Finley blew out a sigh. She'd been sued once, but Zelda acted like it was a weekly thing. Of course not. And it had been Walter's fault. Zelda nodded. "If thou sayest so." "Thou'st does." Zelda leaned across the bed for a kiss. After she'd gone, Finley waited until she heard the front door click shut. Then she got the box back out of the drawer. She turned the key in the lock and lifted the lid. Considered the Glock. She reached for the gun, and the lid slammed shut, just missing her fingers. The hair on the back of her neck stood on end, and she whirled around. Chapter 5. The Cousin. Finley expected to see Zelda standing in the bedroom door, glaring at her, ready with another lecture about why today, of all days, she didn't need a gun, and Finley might have given in. But the doorway was empty. She felt herself shiver, and goosebumps broke out over her arms. She rubbed her cold skin and tried to shake off the feeling that she was being watched. After a long moment in the empty room, she got her weapon out of the lockbox. A glance at her watch told her that she had enough time to grab a new ankle holster on her way to meet Tony. Standing up, she glanced back at the memorial card on the bed, but left it where it was. When Finley pulled into the lot at The Bean, Tony was already at a table on the patio, his chin propped in one hand, a to-go coffee clutched in the other. The dark blue suit he usually wore had been swapped out for a pair of jeans and a gray t-shirt, commemorating Arizona's bicentennial, which was probably the last time either had been washed. Sunglasses were hiding his eyes, a ball cap his hair, and from the way his body was leaning to one side, Finley suspected that he was asleep. She parked Walter's red truck and darted between cars, waiting their turn in the drive-thru, and dropped into the wrought iron chair across from him. He didn't stir, so she dropped her keys on the metal table. Tony twitched. He set down his cup and lifted his aviators to give her a glassy stare. "Damn shame about Jack." "Thanks." She knew he'd never been a fan of her mentor, so it was the nicest sentiment she was going to get. "Tell me about the kid." She wanted to get right to it. Find out the real reason why Jack had died. Random, my ass. "How about we start with a few pleasantries?" Tony asked. "Okay, good morning. About the kid." "Hang on." Tony waved a hand at the coffee shop's front window. Finley leaned back in her chair. He was going to take his time. Make her sweat it out. Be a jerk. She thought of Jack's pet name for him, Detective Finley, and almost smiled. "How come you and Jack never got along?" she asked. Tony slapped at the air near his ear. It's a PI/cop thing. You wouldn't understand. Yeah? Finley cocked her head. 'Cause I've never been a PI having to deal with a cop. He lowered his sunglasses to scan the air in front of his face and then swatted at nothing. Why'd you and Jack get along? He asked. There must have been 30 years between you. What the hell did you talk about? Finley shrugged. Guns, booze, bad guys. Her relationship with Jack hadn't been odd. Just limited. They'd met at a shooting competition. Silhouette targets. She'd come in first. He'd been the weird guy in the trench coat keeping score. Afterward, they talked guns. And whiskey. And work. She was looking. He was thinking about retiring. 2 days later, she'd found herself in his office, learning how to be a PI. They'd worked together for 8 months, solving cases, hitting the gun range on Sundays, closing out the night at Jimmy's bar. Conversations always seemed to revolve around their cases, and a guess at Zelda's outfit for the day, audition or cosplay. It was almost impossible to believe that he was dead, or a victim of some sort of random violence. Are we done with the pleasantries? Finley asked. Tony's expression said no. She glanced down at his shirt. You look like crap. Maybe he'd get tired of the pleasantries if they weren't actually pleasant. Tony scratched the stubble on his chin and waved his hand in the direction of the coffee shop, this time with a little more urgency. I'm trying to close another case, he said. It takes priority. Not just showering. What else do you know about the kid? Can you at least let me get some coffee first? She pointed to the cup in his hand. What's that? A fond memory. He half stood for one more wave at the bean. This time he got a reaction. The front door popped open, and a dark-haired woman in her early 30s scurried out, a small bag balanced on the styrofoam cups she was carrying. It wasn't even 10, and she already looked exhausted. How does Melina stand you like this? Finley threw the question to her cousin, but her eyes were on his girlfriend. Melina set everything down on the table. When he's like this, I make him sleep on the couch. She pointed a finger at the bag, which turned out to be full of broken pastries. It's a variety of stuff. Honestly, I think some of it's from last week. This new manager's a real piece of work. He won't throw anything out. Makes the employees drink yesterday's leftover coffee. Thanks, Mel, Tony said. Melina leaned down for a quick kiss. There's napkins in the bag. Good to see you, Finley. I gotta get back. Tony caught her hand and drew her in for another peck on the lips. See you at home, she said. Finley waited until they were alone and gave her cousin a wide-eyed grin. Home? Did she say home? He waved away her question and took a sip of his coffee. Tony, Finley said, are you living with Melina? And does Aunt Trudy know? She couldn't imagine his mother being happy with the idea of Tony living in sin. She'd been dreaming of her only child's wedding his whole life. You know I'm going to hold this over you, right? Tony ignored the threat and shook the pastries out onto a few of the napkins. Shouldn't you be at Jack's funeral? It's later. You're not going? Tony ran his tongue over his bottom lip, as if he was seriously considering her question. Or amused that she'd asked it. No. He grabbed a chunk of scone and tried to break off a smaller piece, without success. Finley popped the lid off one of the coffees and slid it closer to his hand. Thanks, he said, dunking. She waited while he shoved the wet pastry into his mouth, chewed, picked out another piece, and repeated the process. Are we done being pleasant yet? She asked. Tony sucked at his teeth. A little more might be nice. I'm having a crappy morning. No leads on my case, and I just found out I got a break in a new damn rookie. He bobbed his head at the napkins. Pink pieces aren't half bad. Finley picked out the smallest one and popped it into her mouth. You're always having a crappy morning, she said, as she turned the stale pastry over with her tongue. She had no idea what flavor it was supposed to have been when it was fresh. It was that bad. She spit it out into her palm and then tossed it in the direction of a nearby crow. The bird bounced on one foot and squawked at her before flying away. Smart bird. Okay, enough's enough. What do you know? Tony slouched in his seat. Honestly? Yeah. He tipped his head to one side. Honestly, I got nothing. The kid, Gregory Claymore, had a clean sheet, and I couldn't find anything to tie him to any of you, which makes it... He leaned toward her, expectantly. She just stared at him, not about to play along. Random, he finished. Just like I told you at the hospital. Finley shook her head. So this kid Claymore wakes up one day and decides to shoot a few people he doesn't know? Tony shrugged. It happens. He shifted in his chair and swatted the air by his ear again. Tony, there were 4 of us in that room. The kid went straight for Jack.
But he tried to shoot Walter, and you. Luckily, he was a crappy marksman. He stood up. Switch with me.
What?
There's a fly screwing with my personal space.
He batted at empty air again, moved a step to his left. Another swat, and he moved back to his right. Will you sit down and take this seriously, please? The kid was looking for Jack. If it had just been random, he would have tried to shoot Walter and Zelda first. Or me. He looked past us all. There's something there that you're missing.
Screw you.
You need to talk to Jack's friends. Look at his old case files. Ask around at Jimmy's. We need to find that connection.
Why are you obsessed with this? Tony asked. The kid who shot him is dead.
And then he forgot about the fly, shifted his weight to his back foot, and let his arms fold across his chest.
Is that what this is about? You having to kill a 19-year-old kid?
You know what?
Screw you.
She pushed back her chair and stood up.
'Cause it was you or him, Finn.
I know that, Tony. But I was there. You weren't. The kid was after Jack. And if you won't help me, I'll figure it out myself. She turned to go when Tony caught her wrist.
Finn, sometimes, no matter how hard you look, all you end up with are more questions.
Let go of me, she said.
You're never going to find what you're looking for.
Let go, she repeated.
Maybe you should talk to one of those therapists that specialize in trauma. They make us do that stuff down at the station all the time. I've heard it helps.
I'm fine.
You killed a teenager, Finn. No matter the circumstances, if you're fine, then you really do need to talk with someone.
How about Aunt Trudy? Tony narrowed his eyes at her. Your mom loves a good chat, Finley said. And there's so much we could talk about. Bullets, bad guys, the fact that you moved in with your girlfriend and still haven't told her. He stared at her for a moment.
Now that's just mean.
But he let go, and then glanced down at her keys. They both made a grab. He reached them first. He held them up, a triumphant smile on his face. Then his cup on the table between them rose into the air and hurled itself at his chest. Chapter 6. The Files. Finley was sure she hadn't seen what she'd just seen.
Nice, Finn,
Tony said, pulling the wet, steaming shirt away from his skin. I didn't, she started. He rescued a half-soaked napkin from the puddle on the table and dabbed its dry edges on his wet shirt. She thought about asking him if he'd seen what she was sure she'd seen, or thought she'd seen. She ran the last few minutes over in her head. She'd wanted the truth about Jack's death. Tony was being a butthead. One moment his coffee was on the table, the next he was wearing it. The cup had launched itself. Or had it? Was the stress of the last few days getting to her? Maybe she picked up the coffee and thrown it. Maybe? And so what if she had? Tony deserved a coffee bath. He hated Jack and he wasn't going to help. She watched him dab at his wet shirt with a wet napkin, and while he was distracted, she snatched her keys, wiped them off on her pants, and took off for the truck.
Finn, where are you going?
Tony called after her. I'm going to do what you won't, detective, she yelled over her shoulder.
There's nothing to do, he shouted back. It was random.
She threw him the bird and got in behind the wheel, and locked the door, just in case he decided to follow her. But he didn't. She started the engine and gunned the gas. What next? Talking to the kid's family could open her up to a lawsuit, and she'd never be able to get a look at the police report now. All that was left was whatever Jack might have known. She threw the car into drive and hit the gas, pointing herself toward the south side of town. She'd start with the only thing she had: Jack's case files. Finley didn't know Jack's gate code at the safe and dry storage, so she parked out front and headed into the little office. If she'd had time to prepare, she could have shown up with papers, identifying herself as Jack's daughter and heir to everything he'd left behind. Since she hadn't, she'd have to do it the hard way. A 6-month contract for a 5x8 that she'd cancel as soon as Jack's files were in the trunk of her car. Armed with an entry code, she eased her Mustang through the gate and parked between 2 long, low buildings at the back of the facility, and grabbed the set of bump keys from the glove box. She was pretty good at picking locks, if she had time, and nobody breathing down her neck. At the last second, she grabbed the Glock out of her purse and tucked it into the waistband of her jeans. Just in case. Jack's stuff was in Building A, the one on the left. A few steps in, automatic lights kicked on, chasing her down the dark hall. All the units in this wing were closet-sized with regular doors. She was looking for Unit 108. At the end of the corridor, she followed the sign and turned left. Halfway down, she could see a dull yellow light spilling out into the hall. One of the doors was propped open. She did a quick scan of the numbers. Somebody was messing in Jack's locker. Random my ass, Tony. The kid had an accomplice. Finley leaned an arm against the wall and tugged the Glock out of her waistband. Claymore had been armed. Most likely, his partner would be too. She stretched her index finger along the barrel just above the trigger. This time, she was ready. Creeping forward, she inched along until she was just outside the splash of light. She could hear someone in 108 moving around. Letting out a breath to calm herself, she took a quick glance around the edge of the door. Boxes were stacked as high as her waist, and there was no one in sight, which meant that the dead kid's partner was crouched down on the other side of the stacks. She could hear papers rustling as the mystery person looked through Jack's files. She could step back, wait until the thief was done, maybe call Tony. Better yet, she could confront this creep and find out why Jack was dead. Her grip on the Glock tightened. It wasn't random, and she was tired of waiting for answers. She moved her finger closer to the trigger, wishing for just a moment that it was a full-size, big-ass weapon. Then she leaped into the open doorway and stepped around a stack of boxes. "Freeze!" she yelled. A middle-aged guy in sweatpants was squatting between stacks, giving her a cheap seat's view of his butt crack. He twisted to look up at her, his mouth open in surprise. Then he screamed, sprang to his feet, and ran. Right through her. Finley was knocked on her ass and smacked her collarbone against the doorknob on the way down. She let out a scream of her own as she rolled to her feet and stumbled after him. At the end of the hall, she flattened herself against the wall, wiped her sweaty hands on her pants, and peered around the corner. It was a dead end. And there was no guy. Just a woman in a dirty t-shirt and mom jeans staring back at her. Where was the guy? She never got the question off her lips. The woman leaned back on her left foot and swung a fist at her head. Chapter 7. The Accomplice. The force knocked Finley off her feet. She hit the floor, dazed, felt cool concrete under her hands and against her stomach as her shirt traveled up her body. She was being dragged by her feet. She tried to protest, but her lips wouldn't form the words. Her right leg was hoisted up, and she felt fingers dig around in her back pocket. They'd found her handcuffs. A moment later, she felt cold metal snap around her leg just above her ankle sock. And then they let go of her leg, and it dropped, hitting against the restraint. Metal biting into her skin. She flinched and pressed her palms against the floor and inched her way backward, ignoring the pain in her shoulder, until her heel rested against the wall and could support her leg. She sucked in a breath and found her voice. "Hey." The word came out as a whisper, as heavy footfalls clunked away from her. The woman leaving. As she did, the lights in the hall snapped off, and Finley found herself in complete darkness. Jack had trained her for a lot of things. Getting out of her own handcuffs in a pitch-black room wasn't one of them.
Jesus, Finn.
Finley's eyes snapped open. Had she fallen asleep?
Her leg certainly had.
Lights began to kick in down the hall, and Tony stepped out of the shadows. He put his hands on his hips and shifted his weight to his right leg.
"I seriously don't have time for this."
"No pleasantries?" she asked. She could see her gun tucked in the waistband of his jeans.
It was going to be a bitch to get this one back. "What is wrong with you?" he asked as he smacked at the air by his right ear and muttered, "Damn flies," under his breath.
"Unlock me. I can't feel my foot." Finley was twisted on her hip, trying to look up at his face.
"You pulled a gun on an innocent and terrified bystander."
"The guy was messing in Jack's storage locker."
"No, he was messing in his own storage locker. What the hell am I going to do with you?"
Finley wiggled her leg. "You could start by unlocking me."
"If you'd have used a bit of that ever-so-sweet charm of yours, the guy at the desk might have told you that Jack cleared his stuff out of this place 2 years ago." He crouched down beside her and swiped at the air near his right ear. "Why are you obsessing over Jack friggin' Even if you'd found his files, you wouldn't have gotten any answers. Just a lot of mediocrity. I dealt with Jack a lot longer than you did. Lost pets, divorce cases, background checks. Hell, in all the years that he was a PI, I bet Jack never even drew his weapon. I'm sorry, Finn, but sometimes we don't get to know the why. He tugged a bent business card from his wallet. I'm gonna unlock you. You're gonna call this shrink and make an appointment so you can get past this. He tucked the card in the back pocket of her shorts. And then you're gonna apologize to everybody. That lady hit me. And you're gonna make your groveling sound convincing. You're grieving. Jack was like a father and you're freaked out about his funeral, which is the only explanation I can come up with for you running around half-cocked. Fine. Uncuff me. You know, he said, scratching the stubble on his chin. You look like you're in pain. I am. Uncuff me. It might go easier if you apologize first. Could help you get some sympathy forgiveness. He stood up. I'll go get them. They're in her office. Tony! But he was walking away, still swatting at the air. Uncuff me! She yelled after him. As he disappeared up the hall and the lights began to snap back out, Finley used the only threat she knew that might bring him back. I'm so telling your mother! Tony wouldn't uncuff her pre-apology, but the sympathy angle worked. Neither the guy nor the lady pressed charges, and after Finley made an appointment with the shrink, Tony returned her Glock. Go to Jack's funeral, he said. Without the case files to look over, there really wasn't anything else she could do. And Finn, Tony caught her arm, if the crazy comes back, close your eyes, count to 10, and leave your gun out of it. Finley parked near the church. Close enough so that she could see the crowd through binoculars, but not so close that she'd be spotted by Zelda. Or anyone else. The turnout was huge. Some she knew, some she didn't. She was glad she wasn't in the crowd. If they found out her connection to Jack, they'd all want to console her. Probably hug her, offer her words of sympathy. And no one would understand what she was going through. She didn't even understand what she was going through. She thought she'd been fine when she'd woken up that morning. Yeah, he was her mentor. Yeah, they'd worked together for almost a year, but she hadn't seen him in 2. It wasn't like they were best friends. Why was she letting it make her crazy? Was it just her way of dealing with what she'd been forced to? No, she wasn't going to think about it. She sighed and set the binoculars in her lap. I don't know if I can go in. Me neither. Finley glanced in her rearview mirror. Jack was in the back seat. He leaned into the front and rested an elbow on the center console, and looked just like he had the last time she'd seen him. Same hat, same suit, same big red splotch of blood in the center of his wrinkled white shirt. Have one of these. He held up 2 of Zelda's mini bottles, both topped with a red and white striped straw. Radish, but they aren't half bad. Jack? She looked down at the bottles and thought about the last thing he'd said to her. Want to join me for a drink? Tony was right. She was losing it. Hey, honey. How you doing? Not as good as I thought. She got out of the truck. And there was Jack, drinks still in hand. Finley closed her eyes and counted. When she hit 10, she opened them and looked around. She was alone. Score 1 for Tony. Getting back in, she glanced up in the rearview mirror and let out a relieved sigh. The back seat was empty. I know you're mad at me. Because Jack was in the front passenger seat. Tony was an idiot and she was insane. Jack, you're dead. Saying it out loud felt silly, but necessary. Doesn't mean we can't talk. I thought it did. She took one of the bottles. No sense in fighting whatever this was. She slurped up a mouthful of the rum, waited for the shivers, and got nothing. It was like drinking wet air. She lifted the bottle up to the light. It seemed real, and then she looked over at Jack, extended a finger, and poked his shoulder. He felt solid. I thought ghosts were supposed to be all floaty and stuff. Why would you think that? She shrugged and took another sip of air. There was no way she was telling anyone about this. Conversing with dead people seemed like something that might get you committed. But while she had him there... So, what do you want to talk about? She asked. Tony's wrong. Jack said. The kid knew me. That made her forget about the loony bin. You were at the bean this morning. Why didn't you tell Tony that the kid knew you? I couldn't. Jack set his bottle into one of the cup holders and took her hand. Since I died in your arms, I can only talk to you. Finley gasped and felt a wave of chills roll down her spine. Really? Jack looked in her eyes and laughed. No! Honey, I died in Zelda's arms. Oh, yeah. I didn't want to talk to Tony because he's a fink. Finley shook her hand free. God damn it. She flung open her door and got out, and almost ran into Jack, who was standing beside the truck. Are you haunting me? She asked. Who's haunting? I just want to know why I'm dead, he said. And you're my best bet. You get a hold of something, and you don't let go. Finley leaned against the truck. Tony suggested I was obsessive. Jack grinned. It's one of your best qualities. He wasn't being complimentary. 'Cause he's a fink. Forget him. Let's get some pie. He went around to the passenger side and got in the truck. Finley leaned to look in the window, and Jack rolled a finger in the air. Come on, he mouthed. There was nothing to do but get back in and play along with her mental breakdown. What kind of pie do you want? She cranked the engine, and Jack dissolved into a thick cloud of mist. Chapter 8. The Bar. Finley threw open her door and leaped out. Or tried to. The seatbelt went taut and yanked her back in. Her right arm flung up and her wrist smacked the rearview mirror before dropping straight through the misty cloud. It was tingly and cold and turning into thin wispy curls that were already dissolving into nothing. She twisted to look in the back. It was empty. Nothing on the seat or the floor. Jack was definitely gone, if he'd even been there at all. She let out a wavering breath and decided on her next destination. Someplace with a real drink. Jimmy's had been Jack's happy place, dark and narrow with a bar running along one wall and booths along the other. Between them, a path led to the bathrooms, a private office, and a jukebox that hadn't seen a hit record since 1972. Stuck at the far end of a strip mall, it was walking distance from Jack's old apartment, which made it not only the perfect place to wrap up a case or plan strategy, but the ideal spot to meet nervous clients. After Jack had skipped town, Finley had thought about finding a new drinking spot. And then Walter had gotten into an argument with Maggie, the owner, saving her the trouble. Maggie's bar didn't carry La Leche rums. Walter had protested. She'd banned him. For life. His or his company's. Whichever came first. And once again, Jimmy's was Finley's go-to spot. Walter-free zones in her life were rare. She stopped just inside the door and let her eyes adjust to the dim light. It was pretty dead. Just a couple of regulars camped out in their usual spots. A Latina woman styled in black, flats, jeans, and a silk blouse was perched on a stool at the point where the bar curved into the wall, a book in one hand, a low ball glass in the other. The woman waved and Finley held up a finger. She dug a quarter out of her pocket and turned to the two gumball machines just inside the door. She picked the one loaded with candy pieces that had probably been made a dozen years ago, cranked the quarter, and then shoved them all in her mouth on the way to the bar. She sat on the empty stool to the right, and the woman looked up from her book to grin at her. Maggie was a contemporary of Jack's, but thanks to a splash of youthful freckles and the dark lighting of the bar, more than a few 20-somethings had wasted an evening trying to pick her up. I was wondering when you were going to show. Hey, Finley nodded. Tequila? Maggie got up and went behind the bar. Whiskey. Your choice. Finley set a 20 by Maggie's book. I feel safe in your hands. From the outfit, she guessed that Maggie had come from the memorial. How was the service? Entertaining. Zelda had probably given a speech. Maggie selected a bottle from the middle shelf, poured 2 shots, and slid one over. To Jack. To Jack, Finley echoed. They both drank. The booze was good. It was smooth going down, and Finley could feel herself relax as the crazy drained away. Jack was dead and gone. There was no such thing as ghosts. And whiskey was the perfect pick-me-up. Our boy leave you anything good? Not that I know of. She hadn't even considered the possibility. Really? No call from a lawyer? Finley shrugged, then remembered. There was a letter yesterday. Zelda thought that you were getting sued again. Maggie grinned. Once, Finley said. I was sued once. Sorry, she said, leaving the grin in place. What was the name on the envelope? Finley closed her eyes and tried to picture the letter she'd found and then left on the kitchen island. Wellman? Grant Wellman? Maggie asked. Maybe. Now she wished she'd opened it. An inheritance was much better than a lawsuit. You know the guy? You ever meet Jack's first partner? Maggie poured another round and picked up her glass. Rex something? Sort of. Once, from across the room. More of a nod in passing. Grant Wellman was Rex's cousin. Used to hang around in the old days when Rex was still a cop. Major dork. Lousy tipper. Has these eyes that are too close together like a rat. Anyway, he can't get into the police academy, so he goes to law school. He hung out here with Jack and his PI friends. Handled stuff for them from time to time. Maggie paused to pour them another shot. The letter's got to be about Jack. She leaned on an elbow. He may have saved all his pennies. And left them to me? Finley doubted it. Most of what they'd earned had gone back into Jack's moderate yet consistent whiskey habit. On another note, Maggie dropped out of sight for a moment and then reappeared with a thin manila envelope. I ran into a friend of yours. Who? Finley could see her own name written across the top. Blonde, bored, and bad, Maggie whispered. Mrs. McKay was here. Finley slammed her glass down a bit too hard. When? Yesterday. Maggie fanned herself with the envelope. Since we're such good friends, I thought I'd do you a favor and get a couple of photos. She waved the envelope in the air between them. And how much is this favor going to cost me? Finley asked. Maggie laughed. That much, huh? Finley swiveled her stool. She didn't like the idea of Maggie honing in on one of her cases. How about a sneak peek? Finley asked. Maggie unwound the string that held the flap shut and lifted it up just a bit. What are we looking at? Jack leaned into view. He was perched on the stool beside her, looking exactly like he had in the truck, before he'd disappeared in a puff of smoke. Hey, honey, he said. Fudge berries. Finley closed her eyes and started counting. In between 6 and 8, she reached for her glass. You're taking this worse than I thought, Maggie said. I know Walter usually does your dirty work for you, but this month, I think I got your money shot. Finley kept her eyes shut tight. Once the liquid was down her throat, she turned to look at what she hoped was empty air. Jack waved at her. I give up, Finley said. Excellent. Maggie wiggled the envelope. Shall we negotiate? What do you say we get out of here? Jack said. Get that pie and talk over my case? Finley fished another 20 out of her wallet and dropped it on the bar. Maggie laughed. It's going to cost you a bit more than that. I've got to go. Finley looked over at Jack. He was still there, waiting. There's something I have to figure out. Don't take too long. Sunday's your deadline, right? Maggie stuffed the envelope back under the bar. Walter's still immobile, right? Will you be able to get the job done by yourself? Finley sighed. Would she? She'd always counted on Walter to keep tabs on rent. Without him, she'd have to let her other cases slide for 3 days. She finished off the rest of her shot and got up. She'd think about it later. At the moment, she had more pressing issues. She had to go have pie with a ghost. Okay, Maggie said. I'll see you later. Remember, though, the price will go up when your time runs out. Finley slid off the stool. I'll be in touch. She'd come back later when it was just Simone tending bar and get the envelope. Outside, she found Jack leaning against the passenger door of the truck. So some kid shoots me. I'm dead. We don't know why. Thanks for the recap. She poked his shoulder once again. He seemed pretty real. Where do you want to get pie? He grinned. Slice of heaven. And then he bobbed his head. You see what I did there? Yeah, Jack, I see. But she really didn't. He was a ghost. A freaking ghost. They got in the truck. She cranked the engine. And Jack dissolved into another cloud of ice-cold mist. Chapter 9. The Lowdown. Jack was waiting for her at the slice of heaven. Neither mentioned the whole disappearing thing. A waiter led them silently through the crowded diner to an empty booth in the back. Finley ordered decaf coffee and peach pie a la mode. Me too, Jack said. But make mine real coffee. None of that watered-down stuff. Finley caught the waiter's sleeve. Make that too, but one of the coffee's regular. I'm meeting someone, she added, glancing over at Jack. The waiter made a note.
After he'd hurried away, she checked her phone. 3 missed calls. Probably from Zelda. She ignored them before shutting off her phone and resting it against her left ear. "Who you calling?" Jack asked. "Nobody," she said, "but I can't sit here talking to thin air." He waved a dismissive hand. "Why not? Nobody's paying any attention." A quick glance around proved him right. Most of the diners had their heads bowed over their phones, not bothering to look up as they lifted forks to their mouths. Still, she was a little freaked out about sitting there talking to a ghost, so she kept her phone against her ear. The waiter swung back by and set a pie and coffee in front of her, and one of each on the other side of the booth. In front of the ghost, he couldn't see. The bill was left in the middle. Chances were good he wouldn't be back. So much for coffee refills. As Jack dug into the pie, Finley checked the people at the nearest tables. Would they see a fork floating in the air if they looked her way? She waited a long moment and realized that she could have taken off her clothes and no one would have noticed. "God damn it," Jack mumbled through a mouthful of pie. "I was starving." "I didn't think ghosts needed to eat," Finley said. "Why would you say that?" She shrugged and watched him shove another spoonful into his mouth. A week ago, he was dead. Today was his funeral, and yet here they were, having pie. It was surreal, yet oddly comforting. Nothing to do but roll with it. "Can I ask you something?" Jack shrugged. "Sure." "Where'd you go?" "I don't know," he said. "One minute I was with you at Jimmy's, the next I was in the lobby here waiting for you. I think it might have something to do with the truck's electrical system, because both times it happened when you crank the key. Maybe it shorts out whatever I am." Then he shrugged. "But I was never good at that science stuff." Finley shook her head. "No. I mean 2 years ago, when you left town." "Ah." Jack used his thumb to push all the loose pieces of crust into the remaining ice cream. "I thought I'd try New Mexico." "Why?" "I was retired and it seemed as good a place as any." He took a sip of his coffee and crooked a finger at the sugar shaker. She passed it over and switched her phone to the other ear. "Why'd you come back? Not that it's not good to see you." "You remember Rex?" He slid the sugar back, but she ignored it. "Yeah? Your first partner?" "He died." "I'm sorry." "It happens." He scraped the last remnants of the pie off his plate and licked the spoon clean. "I was here for the funeral, but thanks to the kid, I never made it." He pointed his spoon at her untouched plate. "You gonna eat that?" "Were you going to say hi after the funeral?" she asked. "Of course." She wasn't sure she believed him, but she didn't feel like pressing it. She slid over her plate and decided to move on. "Tell me about the kid." "Well," he said, digging in, "first time I remember seeing him was at the Shell station over on Ina. I parked and there he was, a couple of spots down. I go inside for a quick piss, get a cup of coffee, and come back. Kid's still there, like he's waiting for something." "Maybe he stopped to take a quick piss, too." She finished her coffee and looked around for their waiter. "Maybe." Jack turned in his seat and pointed to a booth near the window. "Then I see him the next day, over there. And I'm sitting," another twist, and he jabbed a finger at a table behind them. "There. The kid's just staring at me. Like he knew something I shoulda. Apparently something worth killing for." "You think the kid had some sort of grudge?" Jack asked. Finley switched her phone to the other ear. "I saw his face right before he pulled the trigger. It was hate. Pure and simple. Maybe it's an old case. Where are your files?" "Everything I worked with Rex stayed with him." "You think his wife might have kept them?" "We can ask her at the party." "What party?" He tugged a card from one of the pockets of his trench coat. It was an announcement for his memorial service. "My wake." "Oh, yeah. I forgot you were—" She turned the card over. The address was half covered by a lipstick kiss. "Did you get this off my bed?" "Mine must have gotten lost in the mail." "How long have you been hanging around?" She thought about that morning. And the night before with Zelda. "Jack?" A couple of heads at the nearby tables lifted up. She offered apologetic smiles and put her phone back to her ear. "If you're going to haunt me, we need to set up some ground rules." "Hey, I'm not some peeping Tom. You two were already asleep last night when I checked in." "And you were still there this morning?" She thought about her goosebumps and the feeling of being watched. Jack, you can't just haunt me when I'm not expecting it. He waved the card. You want to go get my case files or sit here and lecture me? She dug a 20 out of her wallet. Actually, neither. She wasn't quite ready to try and explain all this to Zelda. I need to make a stop first. Damn, I've missed this. They were on a bench in a little park across the street from the Pretford Hotel. Finley cradled a long-lensed Nikon in her lap. Jack was most of the way through a bag of chips and a supersized soda. You've only been dead a week, Jack. No, I mean the job, being a PI. You could have gone back to it. Nah, he shook his head. No contacts. It was easier to do security. It paid good. I could read at work. There was that strip club across the street from the building. TMI, Jack. So, you ever going to tell me why we've been sitting here for almost an hour? What are we waiting for? Finley grinned. Her. She pointed to a blonde woman just starting across the street. She looked like a typical young housewife, out for an afternoon of shopping. Blue cotton skirt, white t-shirt, flats on her feet, straw bag over her shoulder. Why is she walking like that? It was odd. She was acting like she was in the procession at an outdoor wedding. Step, pause, step, pause, step. Finley lifted her camera and began to snap photos. I think she can see you, Jack said. I hope so. So what's going on? Jack asked. What do you mean? You knew where to find her and she knows you're here. What's up with this gal? You're a detective, Jack. Finley snapped off a few more photos and let the camera drop to her side. She's getting away. Finley looked up to see the woman disappear into the hotel. She grinned at Jack. Come on. By the time they'd made it inside, the woman was most of the way across the lobby and headed for a bank of elevators. Good afternoon, a desk clerk looked up from her computer, a cheerful smile painted on her face. Finley held up her camera. Oh my God, I love this town. In front of them, there was a loud ding. The elevator had arrived. Finley kept the clerk's gaze. The architecture is so reminiscent of post-neoclassical deco. The clerk's smile faltered. Yes, it's so... She clicked her tongue, unsure how to answer, and then found something on her desk to look at instead. What's post-neo whatever? Jack asked. Finley shrugged. She raised her camera and clicked off a shot of the woman inside the elevator as the doors slid shut. Behind her, she could hear the clerk greeting another arrival. What now? Jack asked. The stairs? They reached the bank of elevators and Finley turned left. For now, the bathroom. She pushed the door open with her hip. Want me to hold that for you? Jack asked. She was tempted. The camera was heavy. But Jack was a ghost. So she'd test the whole, can he hold stuff for me later, with something less valuable. I'll be right back, she said. Inside the bathroom, the walls were painted a deep red, which made the room feel cozy. 3 stalls faced a long rectangular mirror over a trough-style sink. A low-backed couch in a bright flowered pattern stretched along the back wall. Finley set the camera and her purse on the floor behind the couch, out of sight, just in case somebody with sticky fingers came along, and Jack didn't spot them leaving with a camera she couldn't afford to replace. Over at the mirror, she stared at her reflection as she washed her hands. It certainly wasn't the face of a crazy person. She considered turning her phone back on. There were bound to be more messages from Zelda. But if she did, she'd have to listen to more messages from Zelda. What the hell was she going to tell her girlfriend about Jack? And should she? If her girlfriend and her cousin compared notes, she was going to find herself on the wrong end of a 72-hour hold at the funny farm. She pushed away from the sink and went over to the first stall, remembering to check for toilet paper before she sat down. The roll was empty, so she unlocked the door and found herself face to face with a teenage girl. She was dressed all in black, midriff top, miniskirt, ballet flats on her feet. The coordination continued to the backpack that filled her arms. For a hot second, Finley wanted to ask if she was going to a funeral. Her expression certainly screamed sadness. Instead, Finley jerked a thumb over her shoulder. There's no TP in that one. You should be dead too, the girl said, and then she reached into her backpack. Chapter 10. The Girl. Finley closed her fingers around the girl's wrist, twirled her as if they were dancing, and ran her back to the sink. She hit the porcelain with a grunt, shoved off and swung the backpack high and hard. Finley ducked. It hit the mirror with a crack, then dropped down into the sink. The girl lifted her right leg, pivoted her hip, and flashed a full view of pink underwear as she drove her foot at Finley's face. The PI leaned back as the black shoe brushed the air just under her chin. The motion carried the girl's foot to the floor. She shifted her weight and spun. The other leg swung out, and her heel raced for Finley's cheek. And then, Jack was there. He shoved Finley out of the way as the girl's leg passed through his shoulders. The teen shrieked and crumpled to the floor, the exposed skin of her kicking leg covered in a thick layer of frost. Finley moved closer, fascinated. Wisps of mist rose up off of the flesh as if the girl had just emerged from a sauna on a frigid January morning. She unclenched her fist to touch her leg, and a crumpled piece of paper fell to the floor. Finley dropped to a knee to pick it up. It was one of those strips of photos that you can get from a booth at the mall. The girl, and a boy about her age, both of their faces covered in silly grins. It took Finley a moment to recognize Jack's killer. "She was his girl," she whispered. She looked around for Jack. He was on the couch in the back, his face pale. For a ghost. "Are you okay?" She went over to him. "I feel a little woozy," he said. Finley sat beside him and laid the back of her hand against his forehead. It felt silly as soon as she'd done it. It's not like a dead guy was going to have a fever. She dropped her arm to his shoulder and gave it a squeeze. Over at the sinks, the teen was back on her feet. She had a limp, but otherwise seemed okay. She straightened up and looked right at Finley and Jack, and then past them. "Where'd you go, you coward?" Finley looked down at her arm, draped over Jack's shoulder. Interesting. The teen hobbled over to the stalls and kicked open the first one, then the second. She was at the third when the desk clerk poked her head in the door. "Everything all right in here?" That was the teen's cue to split. She ran to the sink for her backpack. The clerk followed and gasped when she saw the mirror. "Hey, come back here!" She ran out after the girl, and returned a moment later, followed by a woman in a gray housekeeping uniform. She began to sweep the broken glass into a pile, while the clerk checked the rest of the room for damage. As she passed by Jack and Finley, Finley put her toes under one of Jack's legs, raised it just enough for the clerk to walk through. There were no wisps of mist, or screams from the woman. She continued her tour of the room unaffected, eventually leading the other woman out. "Huh," Jack said. "Nothing happened to her." Finley stood up and looked back at her mentor. "Maybe it's emotion-based?" "Theirs or mine?" Jack asked. Finley shrugged and looked down at the photo strip in her hands. The grinning boy's face twisted in her mind until his dead eyes stared back at her. She shoved the strip in a pocket and retrieved her camera and purse from behind the couch. "What do you say we head to your wake, Jack?" It started the minute she walked in the door. "So sorry for your loss. If there's anything I can do, just remember all the good times." Finley didn't recognize anybody, yet they all seemed to know her. She made her way down a long corridor lined with desert prints and emerged into a comfortable living room. 2 easy chairs bookended a long sofa, and all were set around a gas fireplace. When she got close enough, she realized that the sofa table was full of photos. Jack and a gang of friends. She moved down the line, fascinated. Some of the photos were labeled, some weren't. Some were of Jack alone, some with the same group of friends. All progressed through time, 20-somethings to retirement. She spent an extra few minutes studying a photo of Maggie from the bar. A very young photo of Maggie, maybe 20, 22. Finley hadn't realized that the friendship went back that far. The last photo was of Finley and Jack, standing beside the new sign for their office, Strickland and Wade, Private Investigations. And that explained it. Across the room, she found the buffet. Casseroles, sandwich fixings to build on small, soft croissants, relish trays full of vegetables that no one liked to eat, and a vanilla sheet cake that had been cut into a lot of teeny, tiny squares.
There was no sign of Jack, but she saw Walter out on the back patio. He was slouched in a wheelchair, staring into the pool. Pots of flowers and shrubs lined the corners of the patio, and lounge chairs and little end tables created several sitting areas. No one appeared to be outside, except for him. She moved closer to the sliding door to look around for her girlfriend. Finley hadn't turned her phone back on, and she knew that it would be full of messages from Zelda. Eventually, she was going to have to face her. Hopefully, she could get Jack's case files first. She opened the slider and stepped out. "Walter?" she whispered. He didn't move. She went a step closer. "Is Zelda out here?" He didn't reply. She gave the area another quick look. She was safe for the moment, and went over to join Walter. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Watching the shark." He lifted a flask to his lips and took a long drink. "Oh, yeah?" She went over to the edge and peered down into the pool. It was a bright shade of green thanks to several underwater lights. A dozen or so candles set in oversized fake flowers floated on the still surface. "He's an odd one, isn't he?" Finley looked over at Jack. He was in a chair at one of the little sitting areas. "What do you suppose the world looks like to him?" he asked. She turned back to Walter, who was still staring at the water. "I'd imagine there's a lot of boobs," she said, "and the occasional shark." "Are we going to talk about that kid at the hotel?" Jack asked. Finley shook her head. "Okay, let's go find Constance." Back inside at the buffet, Jack popped a strawberry into his mouth. "Do you see her?" Finley asked. He closed his eyes. "No, but I can smell her. I loved her perfume." Finley swallowed a grin. "I thought she was Rex's girl." "She was." He folded a croissant in half and shoved it into his mouth. "I wonder," he said as he chewed, "if she kept his clothes after he died. We were about the same size."
"Finley!"
Jack swallowed. "Uh-oh." They both turned to face Zelda, who strode right through Jack. As he exploded into a cloud of misty fog, Finley didn't have time to wonder when he'd be back. She was too busy watching her girlfriend for a reaction. But Zelda didn't seem to notice the mist rising up off her body, or the goosebumps that had broken out over her exposed skin. Chapter 11. The Wake.
"Where have you been?" Zelda demanded. "The father waited for you."
"Why?"
Finley ran her eyes up and down her girlfriend's outfit. Zelda was wearing a sleeveless red dress that sported a good 8 inches of black fringe, a low-heeled black shoe with a T-strap in front, 3 long strings of pearls, and the hat that Jack had brought her the day he'd died. She looked amazing, and still hadn't noticed the mist or the goosebumps from her encounter with Jack's ghost. Jack's ghost. The idea that Finley was being haunted made her want to laugh. She'd never been one to believe in those kinds of things. Nothing she'd seen had ever convinced her that something like a ghost could be real. Her world was black and white, up and down, real and imaginary. Yet, here Jack was, just as real as her girlfriend standing in front of her now. Not at the moment, though. Not since he'd been turned back into a cloud of mist, thanks to Zelda's anger. But he was somewhere. A glance around the room didn't turn him up, and the thought that maybe she had imagined it all crossed her mind once again. "Finley?" Zelda's voice commanded her attention. "You were going to say something at the service." Finley elbowed past to a mini bar set up in the kitchen. "No," she said, as she eyed the selection of booze. She could do one more shot and still be under the legal limit, since Jack couldn't drive, or be anywhere near the car when she started it. "You said I was going to say something at the service," she said. "You didn't even come to the burial," Zelda said. "I had to make excuses for you all day." Finley decided on a whiskey. She poured 2 shots worth and held out one. "It's been a weird morning, Z." Zelda took the glass and set it down. "You aren't acting like yourself at all." "What am I acting like?" "Like someone I don't even know. My Finley would have been at that service, in the front row, comforting all his friends. and letting herself be comforted. Zelda shook her head and began to rub her arms, finally noticing how cold the trip through Jack had made her. My Finley takes on cases that no one else will because they pay crap and no one else will take them, but because she knows how important they are to the person hiring her. She moved a step closer. My Finley loved Jack like a brother. Then she crumpled up her mouth and tilted her head. Or a really weird older uncle. Another step. My Finley would have been miserable because her friend is dead. A little part of Finley wanted to scream. Jack's back. We talked. He and I are going to figure out why he was murdered. But most of her knew how that would play out. So for now, she'd keep it to herself. Have you even cried since Jack died? Zelda asked. Or since you killed that boy? Finley blinked away a freeze frame of the kid's dead eyes. The kid. She hadn't wanted to hurt him. There'd been no choice. He'd killed Jack and then he'd aimed his gun at her, so she'd known he'd have no qualms about killing her too. Shooting first had been her only option. But would an angry ghost take that into account? If Jack had come back to haunt her, what about him? Was he going to show up next? She hadn't even considered that possibility. What do you say to someone you've killed? Even when it was their fault. I'm sorry, didn't seem like enough. Finley picked up one of the shots of whiskey and tossed back the booze. She closed her eyes as it burned its way down her throat. Hopefully, the kid was busy haunting someone else. She felt Zelda move in closer, and warm fingers pressed against her cheek. Finley covered the hand with her own and opened her eyes. I'm okay, Z. Are you sure? Zelda asked. Motion caught Finley's eye, and she smiled as Jack stepped into view. He was back. And he'd changed. Now he was wearing a maroon polyester suit with wide lapels that bookended a bright blue tie. She stared at him and couldn't decide if his reappearance was a good thing or a bad thing. For the moment, she'd go with a good thing. Jack pointed at something behind Finley. I found Constance, he said, and then he drew little circles in the air with a finger. Hurry up. Finley took a step in his direction, and Zelda grabbed her arm. Jack was more important to you than you're letting on, Zelda said. Behind her, Jack mouthed, Thanks. Finley rolled her eyes. You didn't even say goodbye, Zelda continued. I probably will, Finley said. She shot Jack a quizzical look. He shrugged. He didn't seem to know any more about his current situation than she did. Eventually. Okay, Zelda said. She leaned in for a kiss. I'll just let Dr. Brandt handle this. He's the expert. Who? Finley asked, pulling back from Zelda's lips. The therapist that Tony recommended. She'd already forgotten about the appointment she'd been forced to make. How did you know about it? Finley asked. Tony texted me, Zelda said. Of course he did. She'd get him for that. Zelda held up her cell phone and tapped the screen. Her calendar came up. See? She said. Do you want me to go with you? Finley had no intention of going, with or without moral support. But if she said no, Zelda would figure that out. Better to avoid the question with a distraction by putting her so-called partner to use. Where's Walter? Of course, she knew where he was, or where she'd seen him last, hiding in the shadows of the pool area. She wasn't sure that Zelda knew that, though. Her girlfriend was a big old mother hen. When someone she loved was sick, she wouldn't leave them alone. The only reason she may have let him out of her sight was because it would have been too hard to roll him through the crowded house. Zelda jerked a thumb over her shoulder. He's got somebody trapped over in the living room. The guy made the mistake of asking Walter what he did for a living. I think he got away, Finley said. Poor Walter. He'll have to find someone else to bore with the details from his latest book. I hope the guy was at least nice about it when he ditched him. No, the guy didn't escape, Z. Walter did. Finley bobbed her head and Zelda turned to look at the couch, which was now occupied by a woman and her young daughter. We'll talk about your appointment later, Zelda said, wagging a finger, and then she turned on her heels and took off in search of her brother. Finley waited for a moment to make sure that she wasn't going to come back, and caught up with Jack over by the fireplace, where a small crowd was gathered around a white woman in her early 60s. From the way that Jack was trying to sniff the woman's hair, Finley knew it had to be Constance. She was dressed in a simple black pantsuit. Her makeup was impeccable. Her long gray hair hung in loose curls around her shoulders, and silver rings covered her fingers, complementing the pale pink manicure. Finley worked her way into the group. Constance? The woman looked up from her drink. Yes? Hi, I'm Finley Wade. Constance's shoulders slumped. You've seen Grant. The glass in her hand began to shake, and Finley reached out, just in time to catch the woman as she fainted. Chapter 12. The Lost Love. Walter stayed in the shadows of the patio. His mind's eye continued to watch the shark, its dorsal fin just breaking the surface of the water. A creature not in charge of its own life, its body moving in an endless, lazy circle, the pool its master. Much like how his own life had turned out, at least today. It had only been a few hours since his sister had picked him up from the hospital, but he already knew what the coming days, weeks, and maybe months had in store for him. He was going to be the shark, Zelda the water. Always there, always pushing him in the direction she wanted him to go, never letting him change course, or get out of the pool completely. He should have said yes when their father had suggested a rehab facility in the Swiss Alps. Zelda might have followed him. She would have had to stay in the nearby town. Most of his days would have been free, assuming they could have kicked her out when visiting hours were over. But how could he leave Finley? Even in his limited capacity, he would be invaluable to her, just as a partner should be. There were so many cases still on their desk, unsolved. Most he could work on from his sickbed, but that wouldn't be the only way he could help. Finley was going to need a trusted partner to confide in when she was ready to talk about Jack's death, and the boy responsible for it. And that wouldn't be something that Zelda could do. It had to be someone who understood the ups and downs of being a private investigator, living life on the edge, always on the cusp of danger. And that was him. The best way to help Finley was to make himself available at all times. He'd convinced Zelda that it would be easier to care for him if he was living with the girls. So he'd sacrificed his freedom for his partnership with Finley. It was just another one of his selfless acts. Jack would have been proud of him. He lifted his flask to his lips and took a sip of the bourbon as the shark dissolved before his eyes, and the pool became still once again. Time to think about something else. He imagined a warm breath against his ear, and a woman's husky voice. The potion of the delicate petals. Page 143. Leave it to his greatest creation, Angelina, to take his mind off things. A lovely idea. I was just talking about that book, he said, looking up at his favorite creation. The tall Latina brunette was dressed in black silk, a tiny peak of maroon lace visible at her cleavage. But I'm still in excruciating pain, and my sister could come back at any moment. They'd been inside the noisy house, but Zelda had wanted to try calling Finley one more time. And Walter was sure she didn't want him or anyone else listening to the conversation. So she'd set him up with a babysitter, a poor slob who'd been desperate to hear a good story. She'd asked him, "Would you like to hear a great story?" The man had nodded eagerly, and she'd set him down next to Walter. And Walter had obliged. He'd regaled the man with the plot from his latest book, The Potion of the Delicate Petals, a moving story about lost youth, redemption, and unrequited love, until the man had been overcome with emotion and had gone in search of a tissue. A typical response to one of Walter's books. Angelina's tasty mouth bent into a frown. "If we don't have much time, then how about page 13? She asked. Walter closed his eyes for a moment, visualizing the outline for that book. He had written it so long ago. When he finally remembered the scene on that page, he felt a shiver of anticipation.
That might be doable, he said. He grinned at Angelina. How about over there? He asked, bobbing his head at a spot of darkness surrounded by bushes. They wouldn't be interrupted by any mourners wandering out into the pool area. Angelina winked, and Walter rolled his wheelchair out of sight as Zelda stepped into view near the edge of the patio. She glanced around the empty pool area and shook her head. Maybe he's inside. 2 mourners helped Constance to a well-worn couch in the back office. Finley wanted to ask what the woman had meant when she'd said, "You've seen Grant." She knew it was important. She also knew that Constance was fragile. She'd have to give her time, ease her into it. Finley eyed Jack, who lingered near a bookshelf covered in photos, hoping for some help. He didn't look up. Instead, his hand moved along the row of pictures, finally picking up one in a simple wood frame. After she'd refilled their drinks from a crystal decanter, Finley rolled the chair away from the mahogany desk and sat in front of the older woman. "How are you feeling?" she asked. "Better, Miss Wade," Constance said. "I don't know what came over me." "I was sorry to hear about your husband, Rex," Finley said. Constance smiled a thank you and took another sip of her drink. "He was sick for a very long time." Finley gestured to the photos on the bookshelf. "I understand that you've known Jack for quite a while." "Yes, we were all so young when we first met," Constance said. She got up and moved to the bookshelf. As Jack set down the photo, she reached out and picked it up, never noticing it had been disturbed. Never noticing Jack. "This was taken about 25 years ago," she said. Finley moved in closer to get a better look. There were 3 people in the picture. Jack, Constance, and a man with a pinched expression on his face. "We were so young," Constance said. "Our whole lives ahead of us." "I see that Jack was wearing the trench coat and fedora even then," Finley said. Constance chuckled. "He always knew what his clients wanted." She set down the photo. "Jack spoke quite highly of you, Miss Wade," she said. "Never around my husband, though. I think Jack thought he wouldn't be forgiven for taking on a new partner when Rex got sick and retired." "Was he?" Finley asked. "Forgiven, I mean." "Of course. Business was business," she said. "Rex understood that." She took the photo back to the couch, where she sat, and motioned for Finley to join her. Jack stayed by the bookshelf, his back to the wall, his eyes on Constance. "Silly Jack," the woman continued. "They were best friends, you know. Rex was devastated when Jack left town." She dabbed her eyes with a tissue, her words barely a whisper. "He didn't tell him he was leaving?" Finley asked. She glanced over at Jack, who began to shake his head. "Do not go there, Finley," he said, but she couldn't stop. "And Jack didn't tell you either, did he?" Constance shook her head. She sniffed and dabbed the tissue one more time. "Not in so many words, but I suspected." She let her words trail off. Finley looked down at the photo, her eyes darting between the pinched-faced man and the way Constance's hand laid on Jack's arm. And then she set the photo back among the others on the bookshelf. In all of them, one thing stood out. Constance was always touching Jack, and her husband's expression never changed. "That photo," Constance said, pointing, "that's the last one I have of us together." Finley moved to the picture and picked it up. Both men were in their suits, which looked odd to her. She'd never seen Jack in anything other than his trench coat. Constance was wearing a sparkly black dress. "You look beautiful. What was the occasion?" "We were celebrating my birthday and Jack's retirement. The boys took me to Remington's. Have you ever been?" Finley shook her head. "Well, it's very elegant. Rex was in a wheelchair by then, so he graciously watched while Jack and I danced the night away." Constance smiled and stared at a spot just over Finley's shoulder, making her turn. Had the woman noticed Jack? No, she was reliving that night, her head bobbing slightly to the sound of music in her head. "What happened?" Finley rejoined her on the couch.
Constance was quiet for another moment, and then she turned to look Finley in the eye. I don't know what made me do it. Maybe it was the wine. Maybe it was all those years of wondering if I'd made the right choice. But during that last song, the foolish old woman in me came out, and I asked Jack if he loved me. You see, in all the years I knew him, he never acted on feelings that I know he had. Feelings that I had too. But that night, when I was ready to confess, he pretended not to hear, of course. And I didn't ask him again. The next day he was gone. Finley looked over at Jack. I'm sorry, she whispered. I tried to find him when Rex died, but I guess things work out for the best. She gulped the rest of her drink. I have a feeling you didn't just come here to offer your condolences. What can I do for you, Miss Wade? I'm looking for some boxes, Finley said. Jack may have left them in your garage a couple of years ago. Constance nodded and let out a breath, as if she was relieved. His case files. They're in the garage. It will be good to have them gone. I won't be tempted to revisit the past anymore. She leaned her head back on the couch. Do you think you can find them yourself? I just need a minute. I have just one more question for you, Finley said. She didn't wait for an answer. What did you mean when you asked if I'd seen Grant? Did Grant Wellman contact you? I think he sent me a letter. Please go see him, Miss Wade. It's important. Jack moved to the couch and stretched out an arm behind Constance's neck, getting as close as he could without actually touching her. Hey, he called softly. Finley met his eyes and blinked as tears softened her focus. I'll meet up with you in a bit, he said. Finley watched them for a moment, and then slipped out the door as Constance began to cry. Chapter 13. The Intruder. Zelda was home and already asleep by the time Finley got there. After she'd loaded 15 boxes into her car at Constance's house, she'd stopped back at her office to pick up the files for any cases that she'd worked with Jack, adding 3 more to the pile. She couldn't remember anything that might have led someone to kill him, but it was probably better to be safe than sorry. It was just shy of 1 o'clock by the time she dropped the last file from just the first box onto the floor. She stretched and adjusted the stack of pillows behind her neck. Only 17 more to go. Unless she got help, this was going to take days. And she still needed to find a moment to swing by Jimmy's when Maggie wasn't around and steal those photos. There was nothing else she could do but call Walter in the morning and ask for help. He'd be thrilled. She looked over at the collection of little bottles and straws on her nightstand. Zelda's dad had dropped off a few new flavors to taste test, and she'd been trying to do her part. So far, rutabaga was a hair more disgusting than radish, but tastier than carrot, which wasn't saying a lot. She did an eeny, meeny, miny, moe and picked up the radish rum. She swirled the last bit, took out the straw, tipped the bottle to her mouth, swallowed, and shivered. Ugh, she moaned. Normally, she would have stopped at 1, but tonight they'd helped get her through Jack's files. Beside her, Zelda shifted in the bed and groaned in her sleep. Finley leaned over to give her girlfriend's bare shoulder a kiss before pulling the covers around her tighter. She braved another sip of rum and grabbed the first file in the next box. Somewhere in the house, a floorboard creaked. Was it Jack back from the wake? Did ghosts make noise when they walked? She couldn't remember. Intruders certainly did. Finley slid open the drawer of her nightstand and liberated her Beretta from the lockbox. With the safety engaged and a round chambered, she tiptoed to the bedroom door, leaned against the cool wood, and strained to hear any noises out in the hall. There was nothing but the hum of the air conditioner. Twisting the knob, she eased the door open and peeked into the hall. There was no one in the loft, or on the staircase leading down to the first floor. She set the lock on her bedroom door and gently pulled it closed, then found the key on the doorframe above her and dropped it into a pocket. Ignoring the stairs, she turned right, crossed the loft to the hall, and followed it down. 3 bedrooms, 1 bath. A thorough check of all 4 rooms turned up nothing. Maybe all she'd heard was the house settling. And if Jack hadn't been shot, she might have gone back to bed. At the stairs, she padded down, her body sliding along the wall as she went, her gun aimed at the empty space in front of her. At the landing, the wall ended, and she had a view of the front door through the wrought iron railing. It was shut. At 10 feet away, she had no idea if the deadbolt was still set. She hoped that it was. No one was in the little sitting area that Zelda had set up, nor near the coat tree. She sat on the step and moved down one at a time until she could see into the dining area to the right. Moonlight spilled in through the blinds, illuminating the table filled with a few dozen little rum bottles. Some were empty, some on their sides, some still capped. Zelda had been having fun. A shut door to the left led to another bedroom. Finley stood up and momentarily cursed the size of the house. She should have never let Zelda pick it out. It was way too big for the 2 of them, and it took way too long to search when you had imaginary intruders. There was another creak. This time from the spare bedroom. Or possibly not imaginary intruders. She tiptoed across the floor, her trigger finger stretched along the barrel of her gun. At the door, she pressed herself against the wall and listened. Someone was in the room. She could hear a voice, low and soft. She twisted the knob, slowly, threw open the door and aimed her gun at Walter. The sofa sleeper was open, and he was on his back, his head hanging over the edge, a tangled, sweaty sheet not covering nearly enough of his naked body. "Hey there," he said. Finley tucked the gun behind her back. "Zelda said I could spend a couple of days. She talked to you about it, right?" "Yeah, sure." "You go back to whatever it was he was doing." He wiggled a magic marker at her. "My publisher wanted a couple more books this month, so I'm just hanging out, making a few notes." Finley didn't see paper. Or anything else that he could be writing on? Except for maybe himself. She shuddered away the thought. "I'll let you get back to that." Walter waited for a moment, just in case Finley came back. Then he looked over at Angelina. She was sitting on the dresser, buck naked, swinging her legs, smiling that smile that melted his heart. "Why didn't you tell her you were here to protect her?" she asked. "She already knows it," he said. "Now, where were we?" Angelina hopped up off the dresser and sashayed over to him. He licked his lips, ran a hand down her thigh, and gripped her left cheek to gently turn her around. Her back was covered with his notes. In the dark kitchen, Finley set her gun on the island, careful not to tip over another dozen or so rum bottles, and padded over to the pantry. There was no way she was going to be able to get to sleep now. She opened the door, pulled the string for the light, and then leaned in, prepared to stare in at what she knew was a very limited selection. Click. The sound was unmistakable. A gun chambering around. She flinched as there was a soft pop, and a bag of flour exploded over her head. Finley dropped to her knees and slid against the island, her back pressed to the thin plywood, her heart pounding in her ears, her raspy breath echoing against the walls. She needed her gun. She reached up over her head to the counter. Her Beretta was up there, somewhere near the edge, her fingers tapping along, hitting the barrel, knocking it away, then finding it again and wrapping around the grip. She brought it down and worked her way around the island until she could see the sliding door. It was open. She stood up, went over. Her bare toe hit something metallic and hot. She crouched down and found the shell casing and looked into the empty yard. "What have you gotten me into, Jack?" Chapter 14. The Suitcase. The next morning, Finley sat at the kitchen island and sipped her coffee while Zelda stood on the other side and buttered toast. She was still in a fuzzy yellow robe, so Finley had no clue about her girlfriend's plans for the day. Before she'd gone back to bed, Finley had cleaned up the flour in the pantry, tossed the bag, kept the bullet, which she'd had to dig out of the wall, spackled the hole, and slid a jar of pickled asparagus over to cover it. The spur-of-the-moment purchase by Zelda that had been patiently biding its time in the pantry for more than a year. Chances were good it would cover the evidence for at least another. Zelda set down the knife with a clatter. In about 40 minutes, I have to leave for an audition. So no cosplay today. You going to the office this morning? Jack stepped into view and took one of the slices of toast. You're not going to tell her about last night, are you? Probably not. Zelda came back with a jar of honey. I wouldn't want to go back to your office either, at least until we can get the blood cleaned out of the carpet. Jack clicked his tongue. Same as lying. Finley looked up from her coffee, suddenly comprehending what he'd said a moment ago, and shrugged. I was around. He snagged the last piece of toast as Zelda tipped the honey over her plate. Didn't I have... She shook it off and went back to the pantry for more bread. I've got auditions all week, and I don't think Walter should be by himself during the day. You know, Finley, Jack said, it sounds like your visitor last night left empty-handed. Zelda popped 2 pieces of bread into the toaster. You think I should take Walter over to Dad's? Finley nodded at Jack. That means he'll be back. You're right. Zelda snatched 2 glasses out of the cupboard. Dad spends most of his time at the distillery. Walter would get bored and he'd just end up back here. She poured orange juice into both and turned to put the carton back in the fridge. Jack picked up the first glass and leaned on an elbow. It's not a coincidence that this happens after I'm murdered. Maybe we could get a temp to watch Walter. She came back to the glasses. Did I pour 2? Finley leaned a bit closer to Jack. He was right, and ignoring last night wasn't a good idea. Should we talk to Tony? She asked him. What can Detective Fink do? Zelda took the remaining glass into the dining room, coming back a moment later. Didn't Tony have somebody come in and fix meals when he got shot a couple of years ago? Close your eyes, Jack said to Finley. You think the intruder might have been the shooter's girlfriend? It could have been a teenager, she said. Oh, Finley, Zelda said. I don't think we should expose high school kids to Walter. I'll call a temp service. Behind them, someone cleared their throat. I'm sitting right here. They all turned to look at Walter. He was at the dining room table, surrounded by a stack of files and cups of tea and glasses of orange juice and milk. Finley had been so preoccupied with Jack that she'd forgotten he was there. She picked up her coffee and joined him at the table. Any luck figuring out why an 18-year-old kid might have shot Jack? Walter held up 2 file folders. I finished going through all the files. We have 2 people with the same first name as the shooter, Gregory Claymore. Number 1 is a Greg who died of a heroin overdose 10 years ago, and number 2 is a Gregory who was the 4-year-old son of a client. And that's it. So, Finley said, the connection's not through a case. Do we know anything about our shooter? We do, Walter said. While I was hiding from Zelda in the garage this morning, I did a little digging into Gregory Claymore's university records. And? Finley asked. And he was a pretty dull guy, Walter said. Maybe he was mad about that. He did start seeing a therapist on campus about 3 months ago, Walter said. Could be nothing. Finley glanced back at Zelda, who seemed too preoccupied buttering her new toast to be listening. You know, Finley said softly, Tony asked me why I wanted to know the why. We know the who. Do we really need to know the why? Walter patted her hand. Kind souls search for the truth. Ignorant ones walk in the parade. Whatever that meant. Can you get into the therapist's records? I have a friend at the college, he said. I'm going to sneak out later and meet her. Finley leaned back in her chair. Sneak out? She asked, looking over at her girlfriend, who was now searching for the bear-shaped jar of honey, which Jack was squeezing over his remaining toast. Away from Zelda? She's making me crazy, he said. She's just trying to help. I hate orange juice,
Milk? I'm lactose intolerant. And tea? Really? She understood his exasperation. Zelda could be quite a mother bear when her people were hurt. Even Walter didn't deserve to be micromanaged. He'd actually been a big help with Jack's case. I'm sorry. What would you like? A cold beer from a topless blonde. She couldn't help but grin. That didn't sound bad. Walter reached for another folder. You know it's the 3rd week of the month. Finley snapped her fingers. I saw rent and got the preliminary shots. Well, not to worry, he said. I've got a plan. This month, I'm going to get the money shot. He slid a single sheet of paper out of the folder and over to Finley. It was covered in an elaborate flowchart. What's this? He chuckled and tapped the page. My guarantee for the money shot this month. Really? Oh wait, that's upside down. It didn't look any better from the new angle. What do you think? Zelda appeared, saving the day. For Finley, anyway. She set a glass of what looked like brown liquid in front of Walter. Prune juice is so good for what ails you, she declared. And then she realized that Walter didn't share her enthusiasm. What's wrong, honey? I'm doing all this for you. Walter looked over at Finley and stuck out his tongue in disgust. This isn't about me. This is about her, he said. Being a nut. Finley swallowed a grin. Let me know when you can't take it anymore. She'd let Zelda have a bit more fun. He got to his feet, as best as he could with his injury, and looked down at her. When? He continued saying the word over and over as he hobbled to his bedroom. Zelda grabbed the prune juice and followed. Finley? She turned to look at Jack, who was now sitting beside her. If your visitor last night was our shooter's partner, what were they after? What were they after? If it was revenge, she'd already be dead. And then she thought about what Walter had just said, and grinned at Jack. You said it already. This is about you, not me. She leaned towards Walter's door. Hey, Z, do you know what happened to Jack's suitcase? There was no answer, so she got up. Z? She went over to the door and pushed it open. Zelda was trying to force-feed Walter the juice. Where's Jack's suitcase? Finley asked. Zelda glanced over her shoulder. I think it's still at your office. Thanks. Finley was halfway back to the door when she felt an urge to help Walter. He had helped her after all. She returned to his bed and took her girlfriend by the shoulders and aimed her toward the door. Walter needs a break. He needs fluids. Don't make me put you in timeout. She gave Zelda a soft whack on her ass to speed her up. A glance back at the bed got her a silent thank you. Walter watched Finley pull the door shut, revealing Angelina dressed in a silky red see-through robe. More notes? She asked. He shook his head. My brain's fried. Let's revisit the classics then, shall we? She struck a damsel in distress pose. Measure of Obsession, page 192. A common theme of late, Walter said. You don't want to play? Are you kidding? Walter grinned at her. Get over here. Finley made a quick stop at the police supply store to replace her old ankle holster, grabbed a dozen donuts from the drive-thru at the Bean, and then parked in the lot behind her office. She holstered her Beretta on her right ankle and went inside. Jack was waiting for her in the little hall, behind the stores that ran the length of the strip mall. There were a few chairs and a communal fridge shared by the businesses in the building. I found it. He pointed to the suitcase by his feet. That was easy, Finley set the donuts on top of the fridge. Want one? She asked. Jack shook his head, which surprised her. For once, he wasn't hungry. She took a vanilla with sprinkles for herself, tucked it between her teeth, and got out the key for her office door. Their office door. The whole idea of him being dead was going to take some time to get used to, especially if he kept hanging around. How long do you think you'll be visiting me? Not that this isn't great, she said. He shrugged. I hadn't really thought about it. Maybe it's like in the movies? We figure out who killed you and ping-pong balls will come and take you to heaven? Ping pong. And then his eyes lit up in recognition. Oh, yeah. That movie about the dead guy who did pottery. No, the lady did pottery, Finley said. There was just a scene with... She slid her key into the lock and froze. What's wrong? Jack asked. She stepped back from the door, cocked her head, and put a hand to her chest. Jack touched her shoulder sympathetically. You can't go in, he said. I get it. My blood's still all over the carpet. What? Finley shot him a look of confusion. No, it's not that. Oh, sorry. You got no problem with my blood all over the floor. Quiet, Finley hissed. There's somebody in there. She lifted her ankle and drew her Beretta from the new holster. I bet it's your late-night visitor. Jack reached into his jacket and pulled out his .38 Special. Put that away. How do I explain it if you shoot someone? Who cares if it's a bad guy? Finley scoffed and snatched his gun out of his hand. Behind them, the door opened inward, and they both turned to look at the huge black man in a gray suit. He was looking down at the guns that Finley was holding. And then he let out a war cry and tackled her. They fell to the ground and rolled, hit the wall, and then rolled back into the doorway where Tony was standing, still decked out in his Sunday worst. He looked down at them both and began to laugh. Nice going, rookie. That's my cousin Finley.
Chapter 15. The Office.
Rookie, apologize to Finley,
Tony said. The black man scrambled up off the carpet. No easy feat, considering his size. He looked down at Finley and offered an oversized hand.
I am so sorry, Miss Wade.
No, Finley said. I was standing there holding two guns. I would have tackled me too. She let him pull her to her feet.
I'm Finley. Dante Beaumont, ma'am.
Looking up at the mountain of a man, she imagined him dominating a football field. He was nothing like her cousin, a skinny geek with a receding hairline. I am so sorry you have to put up with that, she said, bobbing her head at her cousin. Don't let Tony bully you.
He's a rookie, Tony said. I'm supposed to. I'm saving his life by teaching him the ropes. Right, rookie? Right, Dante repeated.
Finley gave Tony the patented Wade family, you annoy the hell out of me look, and pointed a finger. You be nice. Dante's lips twitched into the smallest of a smile.
Wait over there, rookie, Tony said.
The mountain moved to one side and Finley gasped. Constance was in a chair behind him, her cuffed hands resting in her lap. Finley rushed to her side and dropped to a knee. Are you all right? She fumbled in her pocket for the ring holding the tiny silver key that was a universal fit for handcuffs. It had become part of her daily wear after Tony had locked her up at the storage facility. She almost had the key in the lock when her cousin slipped his hands under her armpits and hauled her to her feet. Why don't you let me play cop for a couple of minutes? He said. He put Finley down on the couch and she stood back up. He pointed a finger at her until she sat back down. Can I have those back? She asked, eyeing the guns that were tucked into Tony's belt. He shifted his weight, moving out of her reach, and then turned to look at Constance, who was now on her feet. Ma'am, he said, going over to touch her shoulder, I told you to stay in that chair. Hey, Fink, Jack yelled, don't you touch her. He took a step in the detective's direction, and Finley jumped up and stationed herself between them. Last thing she needed was Tony walking through Jack and ending up in an icy cloud of mist. It hadn't worked well for the shooter's girlfriend, and Tony seemed just as worked up as she'd been. And as annoying as he could be, she didn't want to see him in pain. Tony, that's Constance, Finley said. Why is she in handcuffs? You know this woman? Finley, I want my gun back, Jack said, trying to reach around her. She dodged his arm, careful to avoid contact. She had become invisible to the shooter's girlfriend thanks to Jack's arm on her shoulder. That could come in handy on a stakeout, but not when she was standing right in front of her cousin. She didn't need him to freak out. Tony, she let out a cleansing breath, hoping her voice projected a sense of calm. This is Constance Sullivan. She was married to Jack's first partner, Rex. I can vouch for her. Let her go. Her cousin held up a finger. Still doing the cop thing. Do you mind my asking what you were doing here, Miss Sullivan?
She doesn't have to explain herself to you, Jack yelled. Finley tried a different approach. What are you doing here? A silent alarm tripped in the building. With everything that's happened, I thought I'd swing by. Make sure you're okay. You're welcome. Again, he didn't let Finley reply and turned back to Constance. So what brings you to this office, ma'am? The cuffs? Finley asked. Fine. He motioned to Dante, who hurried over to remove them. Sorry, ma'am, Dante said. The older woman rubbed her wrists. I'm sorry to have caused all this commotion. I was driving by, and the next thing I knew, I was inside, sitting at Jack's desk. In the dark? Tony asked. He looked over at Finley. When we came in, she was just sitting here. So he cuffs her? Jack made a move to get around Finley, and Finley countered. Let's all keep our cool, she said, turning to glare at Jack. I'm cool, Tony said. You seem a little agitated. Constance cleared her throat and laid a hand on Tony's arm. I'm so sorry to have caused all this commotion. That's fine, Finley said. Tony rolled his eyes at her. I feel rather ridiculous, she continued. I was indulging myself in the fantasy that Jack was going to walk through that door at any moment. She looked around the office and turned to stare in Jack's direction. In this room, I feel like he's close by. Finley caught Jack's eye. Had Constance sensed him? She watched her mentor reach out a hand, his fingers about to brush the woman's arm. And then Constance took a step back and shook her head. I'm sorry, she said. I don't feel well. Can I go? Yes, Finley said, taking her arm. Tony shot her a look that said no was going to be his answer. Finley led Constance to the door. Would you like me to drive you home? She asked. No, thank you, Miss Wade. I'd really just like to disappear. I think I'm more embarrassed than anything else. She looked over at Tony. Am I free to go, officer? Yes, you are, Finley answered for him. Sure, Tony said, pulling open the door. And it's Detective, ma'am. She stepped outside, and Jack followed. Finley tried to watch to see if he was coming back, but Tony let the door swing shut. Rookie, Tony tossed a set of keys to Dante. Go cool down the car. Dante almost smiled. And you're not driving. The big man let out a tiny sigh. Of course not. He tipped an imaginary hat to Finley. Miss Wade? And then he was gone. Tony waited until the door had swung shut again. I'll see you at my mom's. Her aunt had been hosting a weekly dinner for as long as Finley could remember. It had never been negotiable, so bringing it up was just his way of changing the subject. Zelda and I are always there. And you won't mention anything about Melina? She's a nice girl. You should tell your mom. You should bring her to dinner. I swear, Finley, Tony said. Fine, but I think your mom would approve. Especially if you two showed up engaged. I'm leaving now. Love you, Finley said. Tony stooped to kiss her on the cheek. One of these would suffice, he said as he returned both the guns. You do you, I'll do me, she said, setting both on her desk. She walked Tony back to the door, pushed it open, and almost squeaked as she realized that Jack was standing there. His smile told her what he was about to do. She reached for her cousin's arm, missed, and he walked right through Jack's ghost. Nothing happened, other than Tony stopping for a moment to shiver and then continue on. Jack frowned. What happened? I don't know, Finley said, watching her cousin jog to his car. Maybe one of you has to be mad? Well, that sucks. I should have zapped him when I was still pissed. Next time. She handed him back his gun. A little late, but thanks. You're welcome, she said. Now, what were we doing? She looked around, not sure why they'd come to her office. My suitcase? He prompted. Oh, yeah. They found it out in the hall, where Jack had left it. Finley set it on the couch and positioned her fingers on the latches. Do you mind? Have at it. She popped them open and looked over the contents. Clothes, a few items that had been liberated from hotels, a gun cleaning kit, ammo, an old cigar box. You travel light. I'm retired.
She lifted up the box. What's in here? Jack waved a hand and she flipped up the lid. Inside, she found a small leather notebook, a stack of photos, a few loose coins, and several keys. Well, Finley went over to her desk and dropped into the chair. Unless it was your socks, I don't know what they could have been after. It doesn't make any sense. Why show up at my place for a shootout? I got no clue. Jack approached his former chair with a grin, took his time settling in, and then propped his feet up on the desk. Want one? He asked, holding up the little straw-topped bottle that he'd dug out of a side drawer. Since he'd found it in the desk, it was probably the real deal, and she needed a clear head. Maybe later. Finley slouched in her seat and stared up at the ceiling. Nobody did anything without a reason. The kid who shot Jack, the intruder last night at her house, Tony in her office being a busybody, Constance there because she missed Jack. Constance. Finley sat up. Jack? Yeah. Did Constance know you were here? He swung his legs off the desk. You know, he said, getting up, maybe I'll change out of Rex's clothes. Finley shifted some papers on her desk and caught sight of her calendar. The words rent and Digby's were written in red and circled. She glanced at her watch and jumped to her feet. Damn, I'm late. For what? Jack asked. Lunch. Perfect. I'll meet you there. He handed her the cigar box from his suitcase. Bring that. Why? You need to know a few things. Chapter 16. The Mastermind. Detective Tony Wade stepped back from the whiteboard and leaned against the edge of the table, taking it all in. Mugshots, clues, notes, thin black lines connecting all those possible connections. 8 months in, and he wasn't any closer to proving that Mark Wayborn was the mastermind behind a series of criminal activities in the Tucson area that dated back nearly 20 years. He knew the captain was close to shutting him down. He'd already lost the 3 detectives who'd started the case with him. Now, all he had left was a single rookie. He hated rookies. All the hand-holding, the explaining, the patience it took to make sure the new cop didn't kill himself, or Tony, or some innocent bystander. The academy needed to spend more time teaching cops how to be cops, not just running them through the basics and leaving it up to the poor department that got stuck with the newbies. I got your... Tony threw up a hand and Dante stopped talking. He didn't want to take his eyes off the board. When dispatch had alerted him to the break-in at Finley's office, he'd been in the front of the board, sure that a solution was about to form in the back of his brain. And then, it was all gone. And now he wasn't sure it was going to come back. Tony stuck out a hand and his coffee was slid into his grip. He raised the mug to his lips and took a sip, without looking away from the board, willing the solution to come back. It didn't. Now, only Finley's obsession with Jack's death flooded his brain. His cousin was sure her mentor had been murdered. Tony was sure it was just bad luck from being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The shooter had approached from the south, and surveillance showed that he'd slowed down to look in the windows. Tony was sure that if the sub shop next door to Finley's office had been open, the violence would have happened there. She'd insisted. So he'd investigated. There'd been nothing. He took another sip of his coffee and decided to try to refocus his energy. He bobbed his head at the crime board. What do you think the mastermind's up to today, rookie? Dante jumped up and hurried over to the collection of photos and clues. He took his time, studying each, reading the notes, then eyeing each photo as if he were seeing them for the first time. Finally, he stopped at the last picture, a pretty college-aged brunette. He let out a deep breath, as if working up his courage, before he turned back to face Tony. Do you really want my opinion? Dante asked. Tony raised an eyebrow. Of course. I don't think Mark Wayborn is the mastermind. Tony gave him a smug smile. And that's why you're still a rookie. Dante merely stared at him, his face neutral, which made Tony fight back a smile. Nothing he did seemed to annoy the new guy. He'd stayed calm when they'd been out on the street, too, which made Tony think there was a slight possibility that Dante might make a good cop.
though he wasn't prepared at this moment in time to vocalize that. "Anything else you need me to do right now?" Dante asked. Tony nodded. "Yeah, I want you to type up the transcripts from our last chat with Wayborn." Transcribing was the one spot where the rookie needed to up his game. "I already did," Dante said. "They're filed under W for Wayborn and T for transcripts." "No," Tony said. "I don't think they were typed out completely. I was rereading them last night, and I remember him talking about spending a week in Cabo, and it's not in there. I want you to redo them." "He didn't mention Cabo," Dante said. Tony let the last meeting with the mastermind fast forward in his head. The guy had been smug and had mentioned the beach. It hadn't been a big part of the conversation, but Tony was sure that there had been something more to it than bragging, and he hadn't found it in the transcript. "Maybe he said it when they came in?" Dante asked. "Before we started recording?" Tony shook his head. "Redo 'em." Dante gave him a curt nod. "Will do, boss." "And rookie," Tony added, "get me another cup of coffee." Across town, Finley leaned on the steering wheel, focused her camera at a table inside Digby's diner, and snapped a photo of the blonde woman from the crosswalk. She was eating alone. "When you said lunch," Jack said, "I thought you meant us. I'm starving. I didn't think dead people needed to eat." "Why would you think that?" Finley shrugged. "You gonna explain what we're doing here?" Jack asked. She looked at him and lifted her camera another inch. "Yes, I see you taking photos. I'm just wondering why." "Because she's eating lunch. What did you want to show me?" Jack gave the blonde another look and then sighed. He'd have to wait until Finley was ready to talk. He flipped the lid on the cigar box from his suitcase, took out a stack of photos, pulled off the rubber band, and began to work his way through the pictures. He stopped at one featuring two men in blue suits, both with gray speckling their dark hair and goofy looks on their faces. "That's Noah and Chaz, from about 15 years ago. They had an agency across town. Retired about the same time as me." Finley glanced at the photo, then returned her attention to the diner. "Friendly rivals?" "At the end of the day." He thumbed through a few more, selecting one of a man and woman in their early 20s. "That's Mike. He was Rex's partner when he still walked a beat." Finley gave the picture a quick glance, then did a double take. "Is that Maggie? She looks so young." "We all were." Jack continued through the stack until he came to a photo of four men in their early 20s. Finley recognized Jack, and then the pained expression on the face of the man beside him, clutching an ornate bottle of booze. It was his old partner Rex. Had the guy ever been happy? "What are you celebrating?" she asked. "The jeweler over on 27th gets cleaned out overnight. The manager thinks it's the afternoon guy, and the afternoon guy is pointing his finger back at the manager. Rex was wanting to solve it before CSU and the detectives showed up. He was looking to make detective himself someday. Always talking about planning for the future. Nobody was giving it up, though, so..." "They called you," Finley said, focusing on the blonde again to snap a few more shots. Jack grinned. Mike had just come off a suspension for getting a little enthusiastic with a suspect, so Noah and I stepped in to lend a hand, so to speak. "What's involved with lending a hand?" Jack grunted. "Not what you're thinking. We didn't do nothing to the guys. Them thinking we were going to do something to them was enough." "I'm guessing there was a full confession?" "Afternoon guy. By the time Rex and Mike caught up to his fence, most of the stuff was gone. Jeweler didn't care, though. He had insurance." "The bottle was from him?" Finley asked. "We were going to meet up later that night, celebrate a good day's work." Finley snapped a couple more pictures and waited for him to continue. He didn't. She turned to face him and set her camera in her lap. "What happened?" "Mike wanted a pack of smokes. Rex double-parked outside that Filipino market over on Drexel, and Mike walked into a robbery in progress. Rex never forgave himself. Turned in his badge a couple weeks after the funeral and bought in with me." She reached out and took Jack's hand. He gave her a quick squeeze and let go to flip to another photo. "Rex got the bright idea that we'd set the bottle aside," Jack said. "Paid a lawyer to hold it for the last guy alive. Kinda dumb, huh?"
He turned back to the photos before she could answer. Another few were flipped until he came to one with him, Rex, and the two men in blue. That's all of us a couple days before I left town. Me, Rex, Noah, Chaz. God, we all got old, didn't we? They had. She thought about the photo of Mike. So young. Was so much ahead of him. No chance to live out his life like the other three. And then it hit Finley. Noah and Chaz don't look familiar. That was before I brought you in. I always meant to introduce you to the guys. Sorry about that. No, I mean, I don't remember seeing them at the wake. I guess we were all more rival than friendly. Jack, if you guys were always together, they might know something about somebody wanting to kill you. He smiled at her. And that's the thinker I knew I needed to hire, he said. What about your friend? He bobbed his head at the diner. I got what I need for now, Finley said. You want to share this lady's story before we go? It's a long story. You are going to spill it sooner or later. It's going to have to be later. Right now, I think it's time that you and the boys reconnected. Chapter 17. The Doll. Well, they always were together, Jack said. Finley crouched down to read the headstone above the grave. As in life, always one through eternity. Chaz died 2 days after Noah, she said. You think it was from more than just a broken heart? We should talk to Penny, Jack said. She ran their office. She should have been a detective herself. She was a hell of a lot smarter than they were. And you were on good terms with her? Finley asked. Of course, Jack said. Why wouldn't you think so? Finley shrugged. Jack had a habit of rubbing people the wrong way. She wasn't going to point that out, though. Sorry, we can... Hang on. She tugged her cell phone out of a pocket, answered, and then dropped it from her ear. We need to make one small stop first. What now? Jack asked. Finley held out the phone, and Walter's voice erupted from the receiver. When? Are you there? You told me to say when. I can't take Zelda anymore. Well, when? 48 minutes later, Jack knocked on Penny Pizzuto's front door. He grinned at Finley, who was leaning against the porch wall watching him. You know you're a ghost, right? So? She let out a sigh and reached over to rap her knuckles on the door. After waiting the appropriate amount of time, for a house the size of Penny's, Finley turned to look at Jack. We'll have to come back later. He was peeking in a window. What are you doing? Looking now. Who knows how much later I got, he said, trying to slide open the glass, which didn't seem to be moving. But if he was successful, and someone was home, how was she going to explain it? Stay away from the windows. Behind her, Zelda spoke up. Looks like your stoolie took a powder. Finley turned to face her girlfriend. Zelda was peering into another window through cupped hands. She was currently cosplaying a 1940s detective, fedora, trench coat, and an inquiring mind. Basically, she was a female version of Jack, if he'd been born 20 years earlier. She's not hiding, Finley said. She just wasn't expecting us. And you were supposed to wait in the car. You can't keep me on ice. You're on a Walter timeout, Finley said. Zelda tiptoed over to join her at the door. So what's the plan? We hang till the rube surfaces and then grill him for the dope? How about we leave a note and come back later? Behind her, there was a click. She turned to look at the door as it drifted open an inch. Did you catch a gander at that? Zelda asked. That's probable cause, right? No, that's... Zelda slipped past her and disappeared into the house. That's the police, Z. Finley did a quick glance around the quiet neighborhood. Last thing she needed was somebody seeing her snooping around and calling the cops. She hurried inside and pulled the door shut behind her. In the small entryway, she paused. Hello? Mrs. Pizzuto? Penny? I'm Finley Wade. I work with Jack Strickland. She listened to the empty house as the air conditioner whirred away. Penny?
Finley called out again. And then in a whisper she added, "Zelda!" Nobody replied. 3 steps took her into the kitchen, and she found Jack. "Her car's in the garage," he said, "and her purse is on the table." "So where is she?" Finley asked. Jack shrugged and led the way. They found Zelda in the first bedroom, kneeling beside a zillion-year-old lady who was stretched out on the bed, head on the pillow, mouth open, and still as a rock. Zelda pushed the fedora back on her head and nodded at Finley. "Looks like the doll might have kicked off." Finley felt a knot forming in the pit of her stomach. This was not good. She pulled her phone out of a pocket. "Finley," and looked up at Jack, who was standing behind Zelda. His hat tilted at the same angle as the one on her head. They could have been twins. "Is she supposed to be to me?" he asked, "'cause I never used the word doll in my life." "You should call your copper, Finley," Zelda said. "Or copper," Jack grumbled. "Tony?" Finley asked. "Do not call Detective Fink," Jack said. "Tony's the copper," Zelda said. She whipped a jeweled magnifying glass out of a pocket and held it over the old lady's face. Tony was the last person that Finley wanted to talk to right now. After the storage facility thing and the non-break-in at her office, she was sure he was still mad at her. "Why don't you move away from the lady?" Finley said, "and we'll make an anonymous call to 911. She caught Zelda's sleeve and took a step toward the bedroom door. "Far, far away from here," she added. Zelda tugged free and leaned in closer to the body. "You think somebody had a beef with the broad and rubbed her out?" "Penny is no broad," Jack said. "Finley, I'm going to pop her if she doesn't stop it." Zelda sat back on her heels. "Maybe we should scram before we end up in a wagon headed for the clubhouse." "Enough," Finley hissed. Both Jack and Zelda looked down at their shoes. "Sorry." Beside them, on the bed, Penny's eyes popped open. "Hello?" Zelda screamed. She beat Finley out of the bedroom, and Jack was right on their heels. At the end of the hall, Zelda skidded to a halt, and Finley ran into her back. "What are you?" She swallowed the rest of the words as Zelda raised her hands high over her head. "Might want to grab some air." "Why?" Finley asked. "So we don't pump us full of lead?" Finley leaned around her girlfriend's shoulder as Tony stepped out of the kitchen and set his gun back in the holster. "I am so telling your mom," he said with a grin. Chapter 18. The Insider. Walter dug around in his backpack for what had started out as a wire coat hanger. Now it was fashioned into a scratching device. He slipped it into his cast, attacking the itch that was torturing his flesh just below the knee. Mona was late. His contact at Riverside Junior College had texted him almost an hour ago, saying that she was on her way. And she still hadn't arrived. He hated sitting around waiting. He didn't have all day. Finley was going to finish whatever she was doing, and she was going to bring Zelda back, and his sister would not be happy if she beat him home, and he wasn't tucked into his bed, recuperating. He leaned back against the hard wall of the baseball dugout and adjusted the wire hanger to attack a new patch of itchy skin. Where was Mona? Regency Park was 25 minutes from the house, and he'd almost nixed her suggestion. He couldn't wait too much longer. Zelda and Finley wouldn't be out forever. He could already picture the new restrictions that Zelda would come up with if she felt he'd gotten back on his feet too soon. If his sister continued to be too much of a pain, he'd have to finish his convalescence in Switzerland, which was one hell of a long plane ride. And that would interfere with he and Finley finishing this case. Everything else they were working on could wait. But the reason for Jack's death? That needed to be solved right away. And without his help, Walter didn't see Finley figuring it out all on her own. She was too close to the subject to be objective. With his powers of deduction, thanks to his writing career, he was going to see things that she would miss. Walter. Walter? Someone was whispering his name. He twisted on the hard wooden bench and looked to his right.
A blonde woman in a bright purple Riverside Junior College sweatshirt was pressed up against the chain-link fence near home plate. She had a backpack over her shoulder and began moving toward him like she was a spy from one of his novels, trying to shake a tail. A step, a quick glance around, another step. Eventually, she slid onto the bench, keeping her back to him. He traded his wire hanger for a mini bottle of La Leche Celestial rum. "Hi, Mona. Got your favorite." He shook the bottle near her ear. "Broccoli." She wouldn't turn around. "Don't look at me," she said. "If anyone asks, I want to be able to say I never saw you." He watched her perform another intense study of the area. "Does someone from your office suspect that you're meeting me?" he asked. Her tense shoulders slumped just a bit. "No," she finally admitted. "Okay. So were you able to get it?" Mona dug around in her backpack and then held a folder over her shoulder. "Gregory Claymore's school record, plus the notes from his counseling sessions." Fantastic. This was going to help him break the case. He was going to figure out why the kid had killed Jack. "I couldn't make a copy," Mona said, "so you'll have to read it here. You've got 15 minutes. Walter took the folder and considered its thickness. "So you'll just be sitting here while I read?" he asked. "Just sitting here waiting?" She nodded her head and peered over her sunglasses to watch a woman approach with a leashed dog. Walter waited as the mutt stopped to sniff and pee and sniff some more. Finally, its human had enough and she dragged it off in a new direction. "Since you'll just be sitting here, I'd hate for you to be bored," he said. And then he leaned forward to wiggle the rum bottle over her shoulder again. Her body stiffened. "I suppose one wouldn't hurt," she said, "as long as we're sitting here." And then she reached back blindly, and Walter shifted the bottle until it was in her grasp. She unscrewed the cap and greedily sucked down the contents, and groaned her approval. Chapter 19. The Cause of Death. Finley was relieved that Tony had stopped shaking his head, which he'd done for quite a while. After he'd patted down Zelda, whom he'd obliged when she'd stayed in character and had thrown herself against a wall, Finley'd avoided the pat-down, but not the lecture about breaking and entering. "And why are you even bothering this poor woman?" Tony asked. "What would make you think she'd know anything about the kid who shot Jack?" Admitting that it had been her dead mentor's idea to come here would have gotten her a first-class ticket to a padded room. "Maybe," Finley said. "Jack mentioned something to one of his best friends, Chaz or Noah, and they mentioned something to Penny." Tony turned to the old woman. "Would you say that Chaz and Noah were Jack's best friends?" She stifled a giggle. "Hardly." "Okay, time to go," Tony said, waving a hand at the door. "No." Finley took a step back. "Penny, if you don't mind, how did Chaz and Noah die?" The woman stared at her a moment, and then burst into tears. "Good job, Finn," Tony said, as Penny buried her head in his chest. Across town, Walter paid the taxi driver and limped into the copy store. He got in line, and when it was his turn, he set the folder containing Gregory Claymore's school records on the counter. "How many copies?" the girl asked. "Just one," he said. He mentally crossed his fingers that the pages would reveal the reason that the kid had shot Jack. And then his eyes strayed to the girl's cleavage, which was spilling out of her top, very much like his beloved Angelina. Perhaps he'd get a few scenes down for the new book while he waited. Back at Penny's, Tony was leaning in the entryway to the kitchen, his phone pressed to an ear, a blank look on his face. He was on hold, trying to find out the cause of death for Chaz and Noah. It had taken a good 20 minutes for Penny to stop crying. Every time they thought she was done, she'd start up again. Tony had finally offered to find out cause of death just to get the woman off his shirt, which was soaked through. "Tea, dear?" Once Penny had stopped crying, she'd moved everyone to the couch and had made a snack. Finley selected a delicate white cup covered in light blue flowers from the wooden tray that had been set in the center of the coffee table. 3 more cups, sugar, milk, and a plate of peanut butter cookies that looked as dry as the old lady herself rounded out the tray. "Thanks," Finley said. Beside her, Zelda shifted a bit closer. Dante, Tony's rookie partner, was giving her girlfriend a more than professional once-over, which was throwing Zelda off her cosplay game. When she finally spoke, she'd lost her character's voice. "You have a really nice home, Miss Pizzuto," she told Penny. "You do," Dante added. Zelda ignored him and reached out to touch the edge of a wide ceramic pot filled with miniature cactus. "I really love your little cactus garden." Penny's smile widened. "Why, thank you, Zelda," she said. "The secret's in the soil." And then the old woman giggled until she began to cough. She turned her head away to cover her mouth as Jack reached for his own cup of tea. Finley watched the others for a reaction. Surely someone would see the cup levitate away. No one did. Instead, Zelda took the last one and Dante shuffled the sugar and milk, looking for the 4th cup. "Hand me the sugar," Jack told Finley. She ignored him. So he reached over her and picked up the bowl, resting his cup on a knee. "I understand you worked with Chaz and Noah," Finley said to Penny. "They were the sweetest," Penny said. "Sugar, dear," she added. And then she reached for the wooden tray and stopped, her hand hovering over the spot where the bowl had been. "I could have sworn—" "That's all right," Finley said. "I don't like it sweet." "That's nice," Penny said. She wasn't looking at the detective, just the wooden tray. Her hand moved to the milk pitcher and then back again to the empty spot. "I really was sure," she said. "So, Chaz and Noah?" Finley tried again. Penny turned to look at her, and then her eyes swept past to Zelda. "What a lovely hat," she said. Zelda pressed 2 fingers against the lip of her fedora. "Thank you." "It is nice," Dante said. "Jack always did like a woman in a hat," Penny said. "Me too," Dante said. "It's nice," Finley agreed. She needed to get Penny back on track. Once Tony was finished in the kitchen, he was going to chase them out of there. She didn't want to have to come back. "So, Chaz and Noah," she tried one more time. Penny met her eyes for a moment, and then she was back to the tray, where the sugar bowl now rested. "Ah," she said, picking it up. "There you are. Sugar, my dear?" she asked Finley. "No, Penny got in a spoonful before Finley's hand could cover the cup. "Finley!" Tony had stepped into the room. "Excuse me a moment," she told Penny, setting the cup down on the tray. She followed her cousin back into the kitchen. He leaned against the sink and stuffed his phone into a pocket. "Okay, so Miss Pizzuto found her bosses almost 3 weeks ago when they didn't show up for a morning meeting. Carbon monoxide poisoning. Noah Silvis was already dead. Chaz Carmichael never woke up and died 2 days later. No foul play, just bad luck. But breaking and entering," he shook his head again. "I can explain," Finley said. She was not in the mood for another lecture. "Okay," he crossed his arms and shifted his weight. "Lay it on me." Finley didn't want to throw Zelda under the bus, or tell her cousin that a ghost had helped her inside. "The door was open," she finally said. "And scaring an old lady half to death? She scared us first." "It looks like I got old people dropping dead left and right," Tony said. "I don't need you helping the cause." "Why is this so important to you?" "Tony, these were friends of Jack's. They had drinks every day for the past 20 years, and they were the last people he saw before he left town. Don't you find it odd that all of his friends are now dead?" "I find it odd that Jack had friends." Finley smacked his arm. "Ow," he said. "Okay, look. Jack and his buddies were geezers who drank too much and carried loaded weapons. I'm surprised they lived as long as they did. Our shooter was just a troubled kid. I don't know why you're still looking into this when I told you I already closed the case. There's nothing new to find." There was no arguing with him. At least until she had solid evidence to show. "Okay," she said. "But you're not going to let it rest, are you?" Finley shrugged. Probably not. Tony nodded.
Melina said some lawyer called the house looking for you. You being sued again?
No. Tony tilted his head and she scoffed. I think Jack left me something.
Yeah, probably a bunch of debt. You ever find his case files?
Constance had them, Finley said.
The lady from your office? He asked.
Yeah. Tony nodded again.
Okay. I gotta roll. No more breaking into old ladies' houses?
The door was open.
And you'll be sure to close it on your way out?
Finley caught his arm.
You're not gonna mention this to my mom, right?
Tony stuck out 2 hands, palms up, moving each up and down just a bit as if he was balancing a scale. My living in sin, your B&E.
It's a wash. Dante, we're mobile.
Finley waited till they were gone and went back to the sofa to rescue Zelda. Back at the copy shop, Walter hobbled out with 2 folders and got into a waiting taxi.
Regency Park,
he told the driver. 15 minutes later, they pulled into the empty parking lot. He didn't see Mona in the dugout where he'd left her, but he did see her out in left field, screaming at the top of her lungs. Chapter 20. The Conundrum. Mona was twirling and very drunk. Walter shuffled his feet and counted 7 empty bottles in the dugout. Only 4 had been meant for her. The woman had worked her way through his entire stash of rum. It was impressive. And a possible lawsuit. She spotted him and waved. Walter! Mona, he called out to her. I'm done reading what you brought me. He waited for her to respond, and then wiggled the folder in her direction. You can take it back now. The drunk woman bellowed a woo! Twirled twice, and then threw out her arms to steady herself. Walter dropped onto the bench and stretched out his bad leg. The walking cast helped, but his legs still hurt. He needed to get off his feet. He took a moment to work a finger under the lip of the cast and attack a nasty itch that was beginning to work its way down his leg. You know what this reminds me of? He looked up. Angelina was stretched out on a shelf above the dugout bench. She was decked out in a low-cut baseball jersey and a pair of tiny gray shorts. Her luscious feet were bare. Don't say it, Walter told her, because he rattled the copied pages in the air above his head. Finley's waiting for this file. Page 91. The widow, Angelina began. In the field, Mona was back to wooing. Yeah, Walter said. Of the bluff. She can be the widow, Angelina purred. She was beside him now, her warm tongue tickling his earlobe. But the widow, he whispered, was dead on page 91. Out in the field, Mona let out a belch and dropped to her knees. You okay out there? Walter shouted to her. An arm raised over the woman's head, and she began to sing the national anthem. Oh, baby dee dee, ba da bee da boo bee. The other arm flew up, and as she high-fived herself, she made a noise that sounded a lot like the crash of cymbals. And then she grunted and collapsed to the ground in a heap. That'll work, Walter said. He closed his eyes and imagined himself leaning into the curves of his greatest creation. Back at Penny's house, Finley was in her car, engine off and windows open, watching Zelda chat with the old woman by her front door. You didn't have much to say in there, she told Jack. He leaned in from the back seat and handed her a bottle of La Leche Celestial, which Finley took. It wasn't real, so why not? Cheers, Jack said. She clinked her bottle against his and took a sip of nothing. So, what did Detective Fink want when he cornered you in the kitchen? You weren't listening in? She asked. I was running interference for poor Zelda. That Dante guy has it bad. I suppose somebody should have hinted that he was out of his league. Want me to break the bad news to him? Give him a heart attack? Please no. Finley aimed the neck of her bottle at Penny's house. You think she knows anything about the kid who shot you?
I hope so.
Because we're out of leads, and if this is a dead end,
don't remind me.
Jack finished off his bottle and produced another from a coat pocket.
You probably shouldn't have any more, he said. You're driving.
Finley didn't have the heart to tell him that she could drink 1,000 bottles and it wouldn't do anything to impair her. Good idea.
I think they're done.
Jack bobbed his head toward the house. Finley turned in time to see Zelda hug Penny and then bounce over to the car and get in. Ask me if I got the dope.
From your grin, I'm guessing you got the dope.
You should bring me along more often, Zelda said. I'm good at getting the dope. And then she bit her bottom lip. You know I mean info, right? She touched her thumb and index finger to her mouth and inhaled. Not dope.
I'm with you, Z, Finley said. What did you find out?
Zelda leaned an elbow on the center console. Penny didn't recognize the name Gregory Claymore, but she said that didn't really mean anything. Chaz and Noah logged a lot of the notes from their cases themselves, and it could have been a case that they gave to Jack. Apparently, they threw a lot of work his way.
Jack leaned in from the back seat. I never needed work.
Finley ignored him and moved a bit closer to her girlfriend. I would love to get a peek at those files, Z.
I pulled in plenty of cases on my own, Jack said. Even threw a few their way.
How about more than a peek? Zelda whispered.
Penny's just remembering it wrong, Jack said.
Zelda opened her palm, revealing a tiny flash drive.
Finley grinned.
Their files? And more, Zelda said. Chaz was writing a book, and he kept a lot of notes on a lot of people. Finley stole a glance at the back seat. Including Jack? She asked. Including Jack.
Good. Read that, he said.
You are good at getting the dope, Finley said. Thanks, Zelda said. Finley reached out to brush a hand along Zelda's cheek.
You read those notes, Jack said. You'll see that I had more cases than I knew what to do with.
Finley ignored him and leaned toward her girlfriend, who met her halfway for the kiss.
Finley, are you listening to me? Jack asked.
It was pretty obvious that she wasn't.
Great. Ignore the dead guy.
At the baseball field, Walter was facing a conundrum. Mona was still passed out in the field, and he needed to get home to read the file. It was rather thick. Even without glancing through it, he was sure this would help him save the day. Mona? She didn't answer. But it didn't matter. There was really only one thing to do. Chapter 21. The Motive. Walter cradled his cell phone against his shoulder. I got the file. Where are you now? He asked. Jimmy's.
Is Zelda with you?
She's on her way.
I think I'll go home and put my foot up.
Chicken.
I'll call you after I read the file.
He stepped back from Mona. She and her backpack were now precariously perched on the bench. It hadn't been an easy task getting her from the ball field to the bus stop. You all set? He asked. She waved an arm at him. Walter's bus pass clutched in her fist. Thanks again for the file. He gave her a pat on the top of her head and started for his truck. She'd be fine. There'd be a bus along soon. Finley wiggled her glass at Simone, the waitress manning Jimmy's bar, and held up 2 fingers. Another round? You want them in separate glasses again? Please. Is Maggie around? The manila envelope with the photos was behind the bar. If Simone was alone, she could talk her into handing it over. For enough cash. She's been in and out all day. Better not to chance it just now. She'd try again later. Simone retrieved a bottle from the mid-priced booze and refilled both shot glasses. $8.50. Finley dug her wallet out of a pocket and tugged a 20 free. Something fell away from the bill and fluttered to the floor. She set down the money and climbed off the stool to see what she'd dropped. It was the photo strip that she'd taken from the hotel bathroom floor after Gregory Claymore's girlfriend had attacked her. Back on her stool, she laid the photo strip beside her glass. Jack's killer had been so young.
And in the photos, at least, he'd looked happy. So had the girl. So many years still ahead of him. So many things left to do. Accomplishments to achieve, college, a career, a wife, children, and all of it gone because of the pull of a trigger. So many things now that he'd never have. How much of it was her fault? She brushed a finger over the smile on his face. For at least a moment, he'd been happy.
That'll just make you crazy,
Jack said. This? Finley asked, sliding one of the shots of whiskey his way. Or this? She asked, tapping a finger over the shooter's face.
Both,
Jack said. He clinked his glass against hers, and they both downed the whiskey. Finley pressed the back of her hand to her mouth and let out a wavering breath. The burn in her throat felt good. And appropriate. Beside her, Jack slammed his glass down on the bar.
Order another, he said.
Give me a minute. She licked the whiskey off her lips and squinted her eyes at the photos, imagining the kid as a grandpa.
He's right, you know.
Who?
Tony,
Jack said.
The kid you shot brought it on himself.
Finley leaned back on an elbow and looked over at her mentor. And grinned. Did you just call Detective Wade Tony?
He's still a fink.
Why is he a fink? She asked. There had to be a story there. As long as she'd known Jack, he'd always referred to Tony as a fink. There had to be something in their past.
Why are you following that lady and taking pictures of her?
Jack asked. Finley shook her head. Why's he a fink? Why's who a fink? Zelda slid onto the seat on Finley's left. Hey, babe. Finley leaned over for a kiss. On the bar, her phone began to vibrate. She pulled herself away from her girlfriend's raspberry-flavored lips and took the call. It was Walter.
Did you read the file?
Is that my brother? Zelda grabbed the phone. Walter, where are you?
Zelda,
Walter said. Put Finley back on the phone. Why? Do it, or I'll tell Dad what you really think of the new radish flavor. Fudge berries? Zelda plopped back down on her seat. I'm putting you on speaker. Then she held the phone Finley's way. It's Walter.
Really?
Finley raised an eyebrow at her girlfriend.
What's up, Walter?
I read the file, and I know why Gregory did it. Why? Finley asked. Because Jack killed his mother. Chapter 22. A Discovery. Jack hopped up off his bar stool.
I've never heard a woman in my life.
Finley leaned closer to the phone in Zelda's hand. Jack killed Gregory Claymore's mother?
Okay, that came out wrong.
Walter's voice drifted up out of the speaker. Gregory Claymore believed that Jack was responsible for his mother's death.
I don't know any dead woman named Claymore,
Jack said. Maybe that's not her last name, Finley said to Jack. Maybe not, Zelda said. Finley leaned over the phone again. What's the mother's name, Walter? She glanced over at Jack as they waited for a reply. After a moment, Walter's voice came back.
Rachel Whitten.
Does that mean anything? Finley asked. Zelda shook her head. Finley looked past her girlfriend to her mentor. He shook his head, too. When did she die? Finley asked into the phone. There was a long pause and the sound of shuffling papers.
Hang on. Yeah, okay. 13 years ago.
13 years? Finley repeated. Next to her, Jack began to pace. Where were you 13 years ago? Finley asked. Not around here, Zelda said. Sorry. Beside Finley, Jack's pacing slowed. And then he froze. You remember her? Finley asked. Zelda shook her head. Sorry, I've never known anyone named Rachel. Jack began to nod. He leaned an arm on the bar and settled back on his stool.
She was a bartender, he said. Here. It was so long ago I'd forgotten.
The last words were a whisper. And she was one of Jack's cases? Finley asked into the phone. Jack was nodding, but she was waiting for confirmation from Walter. More papers shuffled.
Yeah,
Walter's voice said.
She thought her husband was cheating on her.
Was he? Zelda asked. He was, Walter said. He found out that she was having him tailed, and they had a big fight. She ended up with a black eye. Something I should have remembered, Jack said. How come we didn't figure this out before? Finley asked the phone. The case was filed under her maiden name, Walter said.
So why go after Jack? Zelda asked. What did he ever do to Gregory Claymore?
Jack had taken off his hat. His eyes were squeezed shut. His tented fingers pressed against his lips. Finley wanted to reach out and comfort him, and she started to, but as she lifted her hand, Jack opened his eyes and shook his head. It was my fault. Why? Finley asked.
Without Jack, we may never know,
Zelda sighed. She looked around for Simone and waved a hand.
Can we get another round?
While her girlfriend's attention was elsewhere, Finley leaned closer to her dead mentor and whispered, Why? Those days weren't like now. The domestic situation was sacred. Okay. She was broke, with no place to go. He didn't continue, but he didn't have to. Finley had figured it out. You told her to go back, she asked. I should have put her and the boy on the first bus out of town. Had he hit her before? Not that I knew. I'd have told her the same thing, Finley said. Jack grabbed his hat and dropped it on his head and got up. No, you wouldn't have, he said. Finley swiveled on her seat and tried to catch Jack's arm. Zelda mistook the motion for need and wrapped her into a hug.
Rachel's husband killed her, didn't he?
She said, pressing a hand to the back of Finley's head. Can't really blame the kid, can you? Jack said as he began to walk away. Finley made one last attempt to grab his jacket, and Zelda tightened her grip. Back at the office, Walter was staring at the desk where his cell phone sat beside an open file. Hello? He asked. Zelda? Finley? Hello? Should I be doing anything? Hello? He waited another moment and then leaned closer to the phone. People usually end a phone call with the word goodbye. He disconnected the call and leaned back in his chair. I guess I'm supposed to just sit here, doing nothing, being bored. His frown turned into a sly smile when Angelina pressed her bare breasts against his back and slid a hand down his shirt. He let out a shivering breath and waited for her instructions. Fashionistas dead at dawn, she whispered. Page 152. By the time Finley had escaped Zelda's hug, Jack was gone. The ladies paid their tab and headed home. Inside, Zelda split from Finley at the stairs.
Gonna check on Walter,
she said. Finley blew her a kiss and headed up to their bedroom for a shower. She stood under the hot water until it gave out, unsure why she felt so on edge. They had their answer. Why didn't she feel better? When she came out of the bathroom, the bed was empty. She wrapped up in a terry cloth robe and went looking for her girlfriend. Finley had half expected Zelda to join her in the shower, and she hadn't. She smelled the smoke when she hit the stairs and headed out to the patio. Zelda was in a chair by the fire pit with a thick stack of papers on her lap. She was still decked out in her private detective garb and was sipping a dark liquid from a low-ball glass. She waved Finley over.
I thought you were asleep. What time is it?
A little after 9, Finley said, dropping into a chair beside her. Where's Walter?
Out.
She made a face when she said it. They have to leave the nest eventually, Finley said.
He said something about not stopping till he had the money shot,
Zelda said. Was he talking about rent? Finley nodded and blew out a breath. Tomorrow was the blonde's last day in town. Had she photographed the woman at 2 locations or 3? She'd been so busy with Jack she couldn't remember. Whatever she'd done was probably enough. But if she didn't get that one crucial photo, the streak would be broken. If Walter came through, she'd have to give up and declare him an official partner, with an office sign and everything. Is that rum? She asked, reaching for Zelda's glass.
Iced tea.
Finley pulled her hand away. What you reading?
Some of Chaz's book. It's still printing.
Oh, yeah. How had she forgotten all about that? Any good?
It's pretty disorganized, Zelda said. Chaz wrote about things as they popped into his head, not as they happened. Still, some of the ideas are pretty compelling. I think in the right hands, it could be crafted into a pretty good read.
Walter's hands? Finley asked. If you washed them first. Zelda dug through the pages and yanked out a few dog-eared ones.
Did Jack ever talk about a guy named Mike?
Yeah, that was Rex's partner when he was a cop. Mike was killed during a robbery.
How about a bottle of booze?
Finley could see that Zelda was onto something, and having fun holding on to that secret. Sure. Jack and his friends solved a jewelry store robbery, and the owner gave the guys a fancy bottle to celebrate. They were going to drink it the night that Mike was killed.
Well,
Zelda said, flashing her a toothy grin,
I figured out why that lawyer wrote to you.
Finley groaned. She'd forgotten all about that, too. This whole Jack coming back from the dead thing had truly fried her brains. Am I being sued? Zelda shook her head.
The lawyer who wrote you is the same one taking care of Mike's bottle.
So, why is he calling me? Finley asked.
Because Jack probably left the bottle to you.
Why would he do that? Zelda smiled and wiggled her cell phone.
Let's call the lawyer and find out.
First thing in the morning, Finley said.
His note said to call ASAP.
She dialed before Finley could take the phone out of her hand. Chapter 23. The Lawyer. Grant Wellman had excused himself from the meeting almost a half hour ago, and Zelda wanted to look at her cell phone. But she was worried about her girlfriend.
You think he forgot about us?
She asked. Finley didn't look up. She was staring at the plain cardboard box in the middle of the table. It was sealed with packaging tape that had peeled up at the ends, and the flaps were barely holding themselves together. 2 words across the top, in faded black magic marker, read, "For Mike." Zelda was about to scoot her chair back and go find the lawyer when the conference room door opened. "Sorry for the delay, ladies. I had to make a phone call." Grant Wellman took a seat and set a thin file down on the table in front of him. "Okay, Miss Finley Wade," he glanced over at Zelda, "and guest, you are here as the recipient of this box from Jack Strickland's estate. Sign here." He shoved a pen and paper Finley's way. She eyed the pen, but didn't pick it up.
That's it?
Zelda asked. "Ta-da," Grant added.
No, I mean, shouldn't you read us his will?
She asked. "Do you want me to?" "No," Finley said. "Great," Grant said. He tapped the paper with his index finger. "Sign there." "No, I mean, Jack should have left this to Constance." Finley leaned back in her chair. "It was Rex's idea, and she was Rex's wife." Grant made a face, and Zelda almost laughed. He looked like a 5-year-old who'd just been told to go to bed early. "And I was Rex's first cousin on his mother's side," he said. "Do you see my name anywhere?" He lifted one of the pages in front of him and turned it toward Zelda and then Finley. "I'm sorry?" Zelda offered. The lawyer shrugged his anger away. "Why would I want a crappy bottle of Spy Dog?" Zelda made her own face.
I thought the jeweler gave them a super fancy bottle of booze.
Grant just stared at her.
You see, Zelda said, there was this robbery, and Jack and Chaz and Noah helped Rex recover some stolen jewelry, and the store owner was so grateful he gave them—
"My paperwork says it's a crappy bottle of Spy Dog," Grant finished. "Sign here." "And if I don't?" Finley asked. "No skin off my nose," Grant said.
"Just sign it," Zelda said. "We can give it to Constance later if you'd like."
That sounded like a plan. Finley signed and slid the page back to the lawyer. "Well, if that's everything," Grant began.
"Can we have a minute alone?"
Zelda asked. "You and me?" he asked, leaning to one side to look her up and down. Zelda pulled her knees tighter together.
"No, us," she said,
waving a finger between her and Finley. He pushed his chair back and gathered up all the papers. "Sure. It's not like I have any place else to be this late at night." Zelda offered him her best "I understand and sympathize with you" face. But she had a feeling he was angrier at himself than her, because his words were true. At the door, he paused. "I'll be in my office if you need me." Zelda waited until he was gone before she spun her chair back to Finley.
Why don't you want the box?
Because I don't.
I can see that. But why? And don't say because it's a crappy bottle of Spy Dog.
But you hit the nail on the head, Zelda. I don't want a crappy bottle of Spy Dog. Zelda slid down in her seat to squint an eye at Finley and tap at the air with her index finger.
No, that's not it. You don't want Mike's box because it makes things final.
What?
You still can't say goodbye to Jack.
Sure I can.
Then do it.
Zelda leaned across the table to slide the box closer to Finley.
Tell Jack goodbye.
By talking to the box?
Yes, Zelda said. I'll go first.
She let her purse slip off a shoulder to the floor, shrugged out of her trench coat, pushed the fedora back on her head, laid both arms on the table, and whispered,
Jack.
Out of the corner of her eye, she could see Finley struggling to hold in a laugh. She decided to ignore her.
Thank you, Jack, she continued. I love the hat. I don't think I told you thank you. So thank you.
She waited another moment, giving the words time to find whatever plane Jack now existed on, then sat up and turned to give Finley a satisfied smile.
Your turn.
It's not like his ashes are in there, Z. It's a bottle of booze.
Can you please take this seriously?
You want me to take this seriously? Finley asked.
Yes.
You seriously want me to talk to this box like it's some conduit to Jack?
Yes,
Zelda said. Okay. Finley stood up. She pressed her hands to her chest and let out a wavering sigh. Jack, are you there? You're dead because you tried to do the right thing. You told an uneducated, unskilled girl to take her little boy and go back home to a man who turned out to be crazy. How could you possibly have known that he was going to get pissed drunk and empty his pistol in her chest over sausages and scrambled eggs? And you certainly couldn't have known that 15 years later, her little boy was going to decide that you were responsible and put a bullet in your chest.
Fine, Zelda said, getting up. If you're not going to take this seriously.
She got a few steps toward the door and Finley caught her sleeve. Z.
What?
Who told him? Finley asked.
Who told who what?
Gregory Claymore, Finley said. The kid who shot Jack. Who told him that Jack encouraged his mother to go back to her husband?
I don't know, Zelda said. His father?
No. I read the college shrink's file. Gregory never saw his father again after his mother's death. Who told him then?
Well, I don't know, Zelda said.
It would have been someone who knew Jack's files.
So who knew his files? Zelda asked.
Someone who didn't want to be tempted by them anymore, Finley said. A boom echoed in the room as the table shook and Mike's box tipped over onto its side. Zelda's breath caught in her throat. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and goosebumps broke out over her scalp.
What the hell was that? She whispered.
Finley didn't seem to hear her. She was looking past Zelda at a spot on the wall. Finley shoved Mike's box and spoke to the wall. You heard her. She didn't want to be tempted to revisit the past.
Who? Zelda asked.
She was talking about being rejected, Finley said.
By me?
Zelda asked. No, Z, Finley said. She made a grab for the box and picked it up. I need you to call Walter and get a ride home. She planted a kiss on her forehead and was gone before Zelda could get out a word.
Hey!
Zelda grabbed her trench coat and ran after her. Finley wasn't in the hall or outer office. Zelda got to the double doors that led to the parking lot and, pushing them open, thought she spotted Finley's jacket across the dark street.
Finley!
She yelled, letting the door slam behind her. But there was no answer. Her girlfriend was gone.
Fine, she said.
I'll just call Walter. She reached for her purse, which wasn't on her shoulder, because it was back on the floor in Grant's conference room. She pulled at the door, which was locked.
Fudgeberries!
Chapter 24. The Box. Zelda had planned on giving it 10 minutes,
But after banging her knuckles and then fists against the locked doors that led to Grant Wellman's office for long enough to curse out his name in 11 different languages, if she actually knew that many, she decided on plan B. Someplace warm. With a phone. She moved to the sidewalk and inspected the businesses in each direction. She was on Temple Street. Perfect. She turned left and set out for Jimmy's bar. Across town, Finley was knocking on doors too, parked in Constance's driveway. She'd already tried the front, then the side gate, the garage, and peeked in every window she could reach. "You're way out of line," Jack yelled. He had followed her from spot to spot, explaining all the ways that she was wrong. "Yes," Finley said, flipping around to face him. "I get it. She's an angel who can do no wrong. But somebody did. And we're running out of people who knew about your conversation with Gregory Claymore's mother. Somebody knew that you told her to go back to her husband. Somebody knew that the kid was unstable. Somebody knew that he'd find you and kill you. And the list of somebody still alive is pretty damn short. So until I know differently, Jack, your friend Constance is my prime suspect for that somebody." "I'm not going to stand here while you drag her good name through the mud," Jack said. But he didn't move. "I like her too. But I need to know why you died." "I thought you did too." She dug her cell phone out of a pocket. "Who you calling?" Jack asked. Finley held up a finger as Simone answered. "Jimmy's." Hey, Simone, this is Finley Wade. I was hoping a friend might be there tonight." "Who you looking for?" Simone asked. "You remember Rex Sullivan? He was partners with Jack Strickland." "Oh, yeah, I knew him." "Is his wife Constance around?" "Not tonight." Do you remember when you saw her last?" Finley asked. "Oh, geez. She was in with her husband right before he died, but Maggie took care of them, thank God. That Rex guy had wandering hands even at the end. Hey, I gotta go. Bye." Finley tucked her phone back into a pocket. "Are we done here now?" Jack asked. "No," Finley said. "We're going to wait. She's got to come home eventually." At Jimmy's, Zelda wandered in as Simone was just hanging up the phone. She unbuttoned her trench coat, waved to Maggie, who just stepped out of her office, and took up a spot at the bar. "Hey, Z-girl, how you doing?" Simone asked. "Can I use your phone?" "She can," Maggie said, slipping behind the bar. She shooed Simone away and dragged the old-fashioned rotary landline across the narrow slab of oak. Zelda picked up the receiver and squeezed her eyes shut tight, and then popped them back open when Maggie laughed. "What are you doing?" "Trying to remember Walter's number." "Gotcha," Maggie said as she began to dial. "I've called him a few times." "Oh, yeah. Sorry about that," Zelda said. "Don't really have to stock our rums." Walter had been banned from the bar after insisting that Maggie stock their family's La Leche Celestial rums. He'd stupidly badmouthed Maggie to a few people and had gotten some cease and desist or I'll kick your ass calls from the bar owner herself. "He's harmless," Maggie said, "and I like messing with him." She finished dialing and Zelda pressed the receiver to her ear. It rang. And rang. And rang. She was about to hang up when her brother answered. "What?" he hissed in her ear. "I'm trying to work here." "Come get me. I'm at Jimmy's." "Right now? I'm about to get the money shot. Call a cab." Zelda rolled her eyes at Maggie and then gave her a thumbs up when a bottle of Jim Beam and 2 shot glasses appeared. "My phone's in my purse, and that's locked in the lawyer's office," Zelda said. "Then how are you calling me?" Walter asked. "What part of I'm at Jimmy's don't you understand?" Zelda downed her shot, offered an appreciative nod as the liquid settled into a snug spot in her belly, and then slid her empty glass to Maggie, who filled it back up. "So come get me," Zelda said. "No can do." "Yes can do, Walter," Zelda said. She downed shot number 2 and sighed contently as the liquid joined its friend and upped her body temperature by 10 degrees. This time, Maggie refilled the glass without asking. "I can't leave my post," Walter said. "What post?" "Rent has deviated from her known patterns. Get a burger. I may be a while." Zelda slammed down the phone in protest. "Can I make one more call?" she asked. She hated to bother Finley. From the way she'd run out of the lawyer's office, her girlfriend had been on to something. But she was tired and a little tipsy, and she just wanted to go home. "What's the number?" Maggie asked. "This one I know," she dialed, and the phone began to ring. Finley had finally gotten Jack to sit in her car, after she'd promised not to start it.
Turning into a cloud of smoke leaves me a bit flummoxed, Jack said.
Don't worry, Finley said. I'm not into practical jokes. Now, Walter, or Zelda,
you might have a problem there, assuming they didn't faint once they realized they were talking to a dead guy.
On the dash, her phone rang. She glanced at the number and set it back down.
Now you're not answering her calls?
She's safer staying away from all this.
Okay.
He drummed his fingers on the box. What?
It just doesn't feel healthy. All this lying you're doing to the woman you love.
Let's keep Zelda out of this.
Fine. You got anything to eat?
You're hungry again?
Hey, it's been forever since lunch.
I might have some crackers somewhere in here. Jack flipped open the glove box. So while we're waiting for Constance to come home, answer me this, Jack.
What?
Why'd you leave Mike's bottle to me? He shook his head.
I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No. I left it to Constance.
So why do I have it? Finley asked.
Good question.
Chapter 25. The real motive. Great. Another thing to talk about when Constance finally gets home, Finley said. She liked to think of herself as a patient woman. Most of her time on the job was spent in research, on the computer, at City Hall, in dumpsters in the back of an alley, and she loved it. Finding that needle in a haystack gave her a high that lasted for days. She loved making that connection and solving a case. What she didn't like, though, was sitting around waiting on other people, and she and Jack had been in Constance's driveway for what felt like hours. She sighed and checked the time again.
What happened to the girl who could pull an all-nighter and pee in a bottle rather than leave a stake out?
Oh, I don't know, Jack, Finley said. Maybe it got super personal for her when the victim of her current case died in her arms.
I died in Zelda's arms, Jack said. And I want to talk about why Mike's box went to you instead of Constance. She threw up her hands.
I don't know.
Ask the crappy lawyer you guys hired. Jack shrugged. He was Rex's cousin.
Yeah, on his mother's side. She grabbed her phone off the dash. Time to be proactive.
What are you doing?
She scrolled through her contacts and hit call. It was answered on the first ring.
Homicide Detective Rollins?
Hi, I'm looking for Detective Beaumont, she said.
Hang on, they're downstairs. Got to transfer you.
There was a loud clatter, and her ears were assaulted with a folk rendition of the Queen song, Crazy Little Thing Called Love. She almost hung up.
Put it on speaker, Jack said.
When the song filled the interior of the car, he shook his head.
Should be a criminal offense.
Indeed, Finley said.
Detective Beaumont?
A deep male voice rose up out of her phone. Don't say a word. This is Finley Wade, Tony's cousin, but I don't want him to know that I'm talking to you. There was a long moment of silence. Are you still there? She asked.
I am. Mom? Jack caught Finley's eye. Mom?
She pressed an index finger against her lips.
How's Dad?
Mom? Dante asked.
Tony's voice boomed into the car. Keep it down, rookie. I'm trying to think.
Is he staring at his crime board? Finley asked.
That's great, Mom.
You suck at this, Dante, Finley said.
So what can I pick up for you at the grocery store?
Dante asked. I need to find someone. I'm hoping you can run her plates. See if her car has been around tonight. There was another long silence, punctuated with Tony's voice occasionally coming into range, bitching at Dante and then drifting away.
Think,
Jack said. Finley covered the receiver and shushed him again. He waved a dismissive hand in the air and turned his attention to the box.
Sorry, Mom, Dante said. Not sure I have enough cash to pick that up.
Are you requesting a bribe, Detective Beaumont? Finley asked.
No, Mom. No, it's a bit out of the way.
Ah, Finley said. What do you want?
That package from the couch? I'd like the tracking number.
Package? Finley had no idea what he might be talking about.
He wants Zelda's number,
Jack said without looking up. Finley nodded. You mean that woman Zelda?
Yes, if I had the number, I could make the call myself. Then he added, Mom.
You want Zelda's number, Finley said. Sure. Jack looked up from the box. What are you doing? I don't know what kind of car she's driving, but her name is Constance Sullivan.
Is she the woman from church?
Dante asked. Constance is not the bad guy, Jack said. Yeah, that was her in my office. I'm worried about her and I need to track her down, Finley said.
Normally I wouldn't. But for that tracking number...
The clicks of a keyboard rattled out of Finley's phone. Okay, Dante said.
I'll look into it. So, what's the tracking number?
Over in the passenger seat, Jack tugged at one of the loose corners of the box, and sand began to spill out. Careful! Finley yelled, trying to catch grains as they spilled between the seats. Jack swung open the passenger door and tossed the box into the driveway.
Finley?
Dante's voice called after her as she jumped out of the car and went around to Jack's side. She expected to find a puddle and a lot of broken glass, but there was only sand and an exposed corner of the plastic Spy Dog bottle. She knelt down to pick up the box as headlights lit up her and Jack. Constance was finally home. The car idled for a moment as the older woman got out and rubbed the back of her neck with both palms. You went to see Grant, she said. Finley pointed at the box. This is why you wanted me to go see him. It was. Jack left this to you, Finley said. But I needed your help.
Why?
To correct a mistake. What am I going to find in here? Constance let out a slow breath. Roughly $8 million in gemstones. Chapter 26. The Remedy. Meanwhile, back at Jimmy's bar, Zelda closed one eye and squinted at the old-fashioned landline taunting her from its spot beside the tabletop potato chip rack. How long ago had she left a message with Finley? She dropped her arm to her side and wiggled her hands until her watch slipped out from under the sleeve of the trench coat. She lifted her wrist to her face and squinted some more before giving up. The damn thing was too small to read. You've been sitting here for 37 minutes and 3 bowls of pretzels, Maggie said. Zelda pushed the fedora back on her head and flashed a smile. Thanks. You're such a good friend. You still haven't told me what's wrong. I have no clue, Zelda said. Maggie dropped out of sight for a moment and returned with a bag of pretzels that she poured into the empty bowl. Might as well have some more salt. It's the best remedy when you're having a bad night. It is. And I am. Zelda scooped up a handful of the little snacks and shoved them into her mouth. Were you and Finley fighting? Maggie asked. No, Zelda said, talking around the food. She just started ranting about reliving the past and being rejected. I have no clue what she was talking about. And this was while you were at the lawyer's office. Yeah. See, Jack left a box for Finley and she went to the lawyer's office. He had her sign for this box and she didn't want it, but then I talked her into taking it. She didn't want it because it meant saying goodbye to Jack, so I told her to say goodbye to the box. The box? Maggie asked. Yeah, like it was Jack, because it was from him. Get it? Got it. I told Jack how much I loved the hat he brought me, right before that kid killed him, and Finley went on about scrambled eggs and pistols, and then she was gone, and here I am. Zelda stuffed another handful of salty pretzels into her mouth, and Maggie slid the shot of Jim Beam a bit closer. Here, she said, wash that down. How many is this? Zelda tried to visualize her activities since she'd arrived at the bar. She'd called Walter, had a shot. Called Finley. Wait, were there 2 shots during the call with her brother? There should have been. He was annoying enough. That's only 2. You're fine. Zelda squinted at the glass. She was pretty sure it was shot number 3, but since she wasn't driving and Maggie hadn't presented a bill, it didn't seem all that important. I think Finley is just freaked out because she can't say goodbye to Jack. She downed the shot and the Jim Beam brought back her smile. Maggie leaned on an elbow. So what was in the box? He leave her a bunch of cash from under his mattress? Some of those old guys really pinch their pennies. No, Zelda said. He left her a bottle of Spy Dog. Spy Dog? That's it? Maggie asked. Those are like $2 a fifth. Figured Jack would have pinched enough over the years to leave his heirs a good bottle of scotch. No, the bottle wasn't from Jack, Zelda said. It was from this jeweler guy. See? She wagged a finger at Maggie. I want to tell you something that you can't tell another soul, Zelda said. Maggie templed her fingers and leaned in closer. What? Zelda made a slow survey of the bar. Except for the drunk at table 6, they were alone. You ready? She asked Maggie. The woman nodded. I really like Jim Beam better than La Leche Celestial. No radishes. Shh. Don't tell my dad. Great, Maggie said. So you were telling me about the bottle that Jack left Finley? Oh, right! Zelda tipped the empty shot glass over her mouth and tapped the bottom, trying to dislodge that tiny last drop. When it finally broke free, she smacked her lips and gave the drunk at table 6 a 2-finger salute. He saluted back. Zelda? Maggie asked. Zelda turned back to the bar owner. Yes? The bottle? Oh, yeah, no, that was from this jeweler guy, Zelda said, running her tongue around the inside of the shot glass. There was this robbery a bazillion years ago when Rex was still a cop and Jack and his buddies Chaz and Noah solved the case and got back most of the stolen booty, and the jewelry guy was so impressed he left them this really expensive bottle of booze. Wait. She finally set the little shot glass upside down on the bar. He gave them this really expensive bottle. They were going to drink it. Zelda slapped a hand over her mouth and giggled. I might be a tiny bit toasted. Just a tiny bit, Maggie said. Zelda slapped the bar with her palm. So, Jack and his buddies are going to drink the expensive bottle of boozy, and Rex's partner, Mike, is shot and killed. Dead. I know, Maggie said. He was a good guy. So they decided to keep the bottle and save it for later. Or for the last one alive. I can't remember. And Jack was the last. So he left it at Finley. But you said Jack left her a bottle of Spy Dog, Maggie said. No, Zelda said. That's what the man said it was. The lawyer. Rex's cousin. Though, she added as she picked the saltier pretzels out of the mix, I don't know how the lawyer knew what it was, because Chaz wrote in his book that when they gave the box to Grant, the lawyer, he kept asking what's in the box, and Rex just kept saying, take it to the bank, take it to the bank. Do you think that Grant opened the box and looked inside? Oh, maybe he stole the good booze and replaced it with the crappy Spy Dog. You think that's what happened? She looked up as she popped another handful of salty goodness into her mouth. But she was alone. Maggie was gone. Chapter 27. The Snack. Hello? Zelda pushed herself up on her elbows until she could see over the bar. No Maggie there. A quick glance at the tables around her proved that she was alone. Even the drunk at table 6 was gone. She should probably get going too, after she finished her snack. She plunked back down on her seat and dumped the contents of the pretzel bowl into her mouth, and screwed up her face to spit into her sleeve. Salt attack! She needed liquids. She reached an arm out for the Jim Beam bottle. It was such a pal, just sitting there waiting for her to finish it. But she couldn't quite reach. She planted her palms on the edge of the bar and pushed herself up, 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 and flew forward, going head over heels past the bottle, flipping onto her back and landing on the sticky rubber mat that lined the floor behind the bar. She thrust a fist in the air. I'm okay! The bottles of booze, high on their shelves, had no comment. It's not that I don't love all of you, she said, pressing fingers to her lips and blowing them a kiss. It's just that I love him more. She pointed a finger at the air in front of her, and then used her other hand to adjust her aim. The Jim Beam bottle was a bit higher, back up on the... Ah! A giant head was floating in the air above her.
What are you doing?
It asked. Zelda giggled. You scared me. It was Simone, the other giver of drink. I love you, she mumbled, blowing out a kiss. Can you move? Simone asked.
I need some ones.
Zelda shook her head. I don't know. Okay, Simone said. A blanket appeared beside the head. It floated down, 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 and landed on Zelda's face. I'm blind, Zelda whispered. It's just a napkin, Simone told her. I don't want you to see the combination for the safe. Zelda touched the blanket. It wasn't soft. It was rough and had shrunk to the size of her face. She crushed it in her fist and sat up. I'm okay, she announced. Fantastic, Simone said. She was on her knees, beside an open safe, thumbing through a stack of dollar bills. You need a ride someplace? She asked. Finley's going to call me back, Zelda said, and then she squinted into the safe. And there she is. Where? Simone asked, standing up. Zelda leaned forward. Inside the safe, on the bottom shelf, a manila envelope was propped against a tall stack of bills. Her girlfriend's name was on the front, in big, black, bold block letters. She snatched it up and peeked inside. It was full of pictures of that blonde that Finley followed around every second weekend of the month. What was Maggers doing with them? Oh, she was working with Finley. And that's why she'd left so fast. When she'd heard that the lawyer switched Finley's good bottle of booze for that crappy spy dog, she decided to fix it. What a good friend. Zelda rolled up the envelope good and tight and stuffed it down the front of her shirt. She's gonna go get him, she announced. Simone looked down at her. What? I gotta go help, she said. After I stand up. Can you? Simone asked. She took Zelda's hand and helped her to her feet. You sure I can't get you a ride somewhere? Zelda pushed the fedora down to her eyebrows, tightened the belt on her trench coat, jogged out from behind the bar, and took off for the door. I'm coming, Maggie Megger! As Zelda stumbled out into the night, Simone shook her head. Freak. Chapter 28. The Questions. Dante Beaumont didn't have to turn around to know that his partner was behind him. He set the phone receiver down on the cradle and spun his chair to face the music. What was that all about? Tony asked. He was holding 2 cups of coffee. Is one of those for me? Dante asked, reaching. No. Tony took a sip from one cup, and then a sip from the other. That was Finley on the phone? He asked. Dante nodded. No use denying it. And she called you? Another nod. To bitch about Jack Strickland? No, Dante said. She was looking for someone. Who? Tony asked. Dante picked up his notepad. Constance Sullivan? How do I know that name? Tony sat on the edge of the desk and took another sip from each coffee. She was the woman we found in Miss Wade's office. Oh, yeah. Weepy lady broke in to sit in the dark. Seemed a bit close to old Jack, Tony said. So why was Finley asking about her? She was worried, Dante said. Hadn't seen her in a while and asked if I could help track her down. Why? She didn't say. Huh. Maybe there was more to her weep fest than she let on. Let's see what we've got on Constance Sullivan. Tony waved a hand at Dante, and he spun back around to tap the spacebar in his computer. And do your checking quietly. I gotta make a call, Tony said. He hopped off the desk and dumped one of the coffees in the trash before digging his cell phone out of a pocket. He started with Finley. Got voicemail, and made a second call. It rang twice before Walter answered in a whisper. Hello? What are you and Finley up to? Tony asked. Hey. Walter's voice was barely audible. I'm on a stakeout, about to get the money shot. Can't talk. Call Zelda. Walter, do not hang. The line went dead. Tony ran his tongue over his teeth, took another sip of coffee, and redialed. What? Walter's voice was a bit louder this time. Hang up, and I will triangulate your location and send a car over to arrest you. Dante glanced over with a raised eyebrow, and Tony pointed an index finger at him until he turned back to his screen. Walter, Tony sing-songed into the phone. Hey, Tony, Walter was still whispering. Why are you two trying to find Constance Sullivan? Who? Walter asked. Do not hang up, Tony said. He pressed his phone to his chest and snapped his fingers at Dante, who rolled his chair back from his desk, giving him access to his computer. She was married to a cop, Dante said. He died recently? Tony put the phone back up to his ear. Walter? Tony asked. Is Finley with you? No, and I've been spotted. I really have to go. The line went dead. Tony scrolled through his contacts until he found Zelda and hit send. Grant Wellman could hear a phone ringing. Somewhere in the office. It took him a few minutes to track down the source, a purse on the floor of the conference room. The phone stopped ringing by the time he was looking at Zelda Rouse's driver's license. Oh yeah, the lady in the trench coat. She'd been hot. Her friend had been pissy. Hopefully, when Zelda came back for her purse, she'd be alone. He tucked the license back into its slot, liberated a 10 from the wallet, and set the purse back where he'd found it. You opened it. Grant stuffed the 10 in his pocket and turned to smile at his visitor, and frowned at the sight of the gun. Chapter 29. The Confession. Constance led them inside. Do you mind if I freshen up? She disappeared down the hall, and Finley put in a call to her cousin. There was no way she was taking the poor woman to the police station, but Tony needed to know what was going on, and it would be easier if he came to them. A woman answered his work line and assured Finley that he was around, so she left a message. Come to Constance's house. This involves an unsolved case. Then she tried his cell phone. It was busy. She disconnected but left the phone in her ear, just in case Constance suddenly came back. Would you sit down? Jack was circling the living room, oblivious to the furniture he kept drifting through. It was the first time in days that she'd thought of him as he really was, a ghost. I think Constance is wrong, Jack said. Rex was a straight-up guy. We were like that. He crossed his fingers in her direction, just like brothers. Family's the worst. I think we need to open Mike's box before Tony gets here. Put her at ease if she's wrong. Finley sat up and stretched an arm out over the box. Rex may have been like a brother to you, but in the end, he did keep the gemstones. Allegedly, Jack said. And if he did, I'll find him and kick his ass. He floated over to the center of the room and raised his head to the ceiling. You hear me, Rex? Are you a thief? Show yourself. Where are you hiding? Finley clicked her tongue and tapped a foot on the carpet. Maybe you're looking in the wrong direction. So true. Jack sank a couple of feet into the floor and tilted his head to stare down at the oriental carpet. Hey, anybody down there see Rex? Finley tucked her feet against the edge of the sofa, just in case somebody popped up with info. She knew Jack couldn't be the only ghost in town. What would happen if more showed up? Would she be able to talk to them, too? Would they talk to her? What if she somehow got stuck being a detective to dead people? Getting sucked into the drama that led to their untimely... Her phone rang in her ear. She shrieked and tossed it across the room. Finley? Walter's voice drifted up to her. She must have somehow hit the accept button. She was about to get up and go get it when Constance came back. Miss Wade? Rex's widow wasn't looking at her. She was studying the box. He was going to return the gemstones, she said. I'm sure of it. When he told me and saw how upset I was... She sniffed and began to tear at the tissue in her hands. Now see what you've done, Jack asked. He reached out to take Constance's arm, and Finley steered the woman away from him. Let's sit you down, she glared at Jack over her shoulder. I wasn't going to turn her into an icicle, Jack said. Not Constance. Finley eased Rex's widow over to the couch and perched beside her. Jack took up a spot on the other side, close enough to touch her but keeping his distance. Thank you, Miss Wade, Constance said. She shifted her weight, moving herself just a bit closer to Jack. I feel surprisingly better, she sniffed again and dabbed at her nose. You probably won't believe me, but I had no knowledge of the gemstones until the day my husband died. You'd think I'd have known what kind of man he was. Jack leaned a bit closer.
You and me both, honey.
I think that's why he took me to Jimmy's. So I wouldn't make a scene when he told me. And then he made one himself.
He told you at Jimmy's? Finley asked.
Yes, and even as the ambulance was on its way, he was still confessing. It had been Mike's idea, but then he died, and Rex decided not to turn them in. He said it was an insurance policy for whomever was the last one alive. He'd smiled when he talked about how surprised the last one standing was going to be, whoever it was.
Did he think it would be you? Finley asked. Constance dabbed at her nose again.
Maybe. It's strange, Miss Wade. Of our little gang, I'm the last one.
Finley? Walter's voice drifted up out of her cell phone. She'd forgotten he called. I'm sorry, let me get this. She got up and took a few steps away from the couch. I'm kind of busy, Walter. I got the money shot. Damn. She'd forgotten all about her biggest money-making client. Again. Probably, he added. What do you mean, probably? There was a telephoto lens involved, and I still need to develop the negatives. You used film? Finley asked. We have a digital camera. Yes, but this way you can turn over negatives. It's much more dramatic. Fine, just leave the photos on my desk. Radio, partner. Radio, Walter. She wasn't ready to use the P word just yet. Unless he'd actually gotten the shot. Don't tell Zelda, Walter said. But I'm going back to my place to use my darkroom. You're in luck. She's not with me, Finley said. She's still at Jimmy's? Walter asked. Zelda went to Jimmy's? Something about her purse in the lawyer's office. Gotta go. She clicked end and checked her voicemail. Damn it. Zelda had called because she needed a ride and she'd blown her off. Finley scrolled to her contacts and dialed the bar. Someone answered, but it was too noisy to hear anything. She shoved her phone into her back pocket. I need to go, she told Constance. Jack stood up. You can't just leave her in this state. I'll call Tony from the car. He'll be here soon. No way, Jack said. We'll take her with us. Get her a drink at Jimmy's. She can wait there for Detective Fink. Then he'll be on his best behavior because he'll be in public.
Miss Wade? Constance asked. Is everything all right?
You feel like getting a drink? Finley left the box in the back seat of her car, under a sweater. It was safer there than in a room full of drunks. Inside Jimmy, she ran an apology through her head as she scanned the crowd. She'd let a case get between her and Zelda. Something she'd vowed never to do. Of course, she'd never had to deal with murder before. Maybe she was meant for the mundane, like Jack. It was a lot easier to end the day at 5 o'clock when you stuck to missing dogs and insurance fraud. A guy in a football jersey tried to give her a high five. Awesome game! We're going to beat all city! Congrats, she said, working her way around him. Zelda had to be at the bar waiting. Where else would she be? I'll check the back, Jack said. She started to yell no, but he easily floated through the crowd. Happy drunks didn't seem to be an issue for the ghost. When she'd made it through the thick wave of revelers, Finley leaned against the oak slab to catch Simone's attention. Is Zelda still here? She left with Maggie. Something about a lawyer? Finley caught the bartender's sleeve. What lawyer? I don't know. Zelda was going on about a bottle of spy dog, and Maggie got pissed about Jack leaving it to you, and then they left. The butterflies in Finley's stomach worked their way up to her throat. Maggie had grilled her earlier about a possible inheritance from Jack, and now she was pissed about a simple bottle of booze that had nothing to do with her? Or maybe it did. Finley twisted to shout in Constance's ear. Was Maggie here the night that Rex died? She called the ambulance. Her mentor drifted back into view. No sign of Zelda. Jack, did Maggie know that Rachel Whitten was Gregory Claymore's mother? Constance leaned in closer to shout. He might have. I don't know. Is it important? Jack snapped his fingers. I think you're onto something. Maggie was bartending full-time at that point. She and Rachel were friends. Finley raised one finger. Rex dies, then a second. Carbon monoxide conveniently kills Chaz and Noah, and then a third. And you're the only loose end. Was? Constance asked. What are you talking about? Maggie could have been the shooter at your house, Jack said. She's been here since the beginning,
Finley said. She was dating Mike. He probably told her about the gemstones. If she went to confront him, Zelda's in danger. Jack pulled out his .38. I'll meet you at Grant's. Thank you. Finley turned to Constance. I have to go. Wait here for Tony? She worked her way back through the crowd and got in her car as Constance yanked open the passenger door. Do you think Maggie knows about the gemstones? She was there when Rex died, and I know that name, Gregory Claymore. He's the boy who shot Jack. What's going on, Miss Wade? I'll explain it all later. Right now, I need to go. I think Zelda might be in trouble. Then you'll need someone to call the police while you drive, Miss Wade. Chapter 30. The Danger. Tony Wade tugged his cell phone out of a pocket. Hello? Is this Detective Wade? The voice was female. Yeah. Who's this? Constance Sullivan. We met briefly in Finley Wade's office. The lady who likes to sit alone in the dark? Yes. Funny you should call me, Tony said. He quickened his pace and got around to the front of the house where he'd left Dante standing guard. I'm outside your place right now. I got Finley's message and I was under the impression that you two would be here to shed some light on what the hell is going on. I'm sorry. Something else came up and I have a new message for you from Miss Wade. Tony kicked at the bottom step leading up to the door. I'm not going to like it, am I? Miss Wade said to tell you that you need to go to Grant Wellman's office and arrest Maggie Temple. Sure, Tony said. Any particular charge you'd like me to use? Murder, Detective. This is about Jack Strickland, isn't it? And two other gentlemen, Constance said. Noah Silvis and Chaz Carmichael. Miss Wade said that if you investigate further, you'll find that their death by carbon monoxide poisoning was not accidental. Put Finley on the phone, he said. I'm sorry, she's driving. You two are headed over to Mr. Wellman's office right now, aren't you? He asked. Put me on speaker. There was a long pause. Miss Sullivan? Tony asked. I'm sorry, Detective, but my phone is very old. I don't have that option. Miss Wade said she'll be waiting for you outside. How about she comes over here and tells me all about it? He waited for a response, but there was only silence. Constance had already hung up. He whistled at Dante. Start the car, rookie. We gotta stop my cousin from doing something dumb. Finley found a parking spot that gave them a good view of Grant Wellman's building. There was a soft glow from a desk light in the front left office, and she could just make out a jacket hanging over the chair. That's Maggie's car, Constance said. The red one. It was parked beside the only other vehicle in the small lot, most likely Grant's car. Had the two of them been in on it from the beginning? It didn't matter. Once Constance refused the inheritance and put Finley next in line, there was a new paper trail that helped seal everyone's fate. Maggie had come to take her frustration out on Grant, and it wasn't going to end well for him. And when she was done, her next stop would be Constance. And then she'd be back at Finley's. No one was safe until Maggie was behind bars. Finley scanned the street for Jack. He wasn't waiting for her, which could only mean Zelda was inside, and in danger. She lifted her foot and unclipped the subcompact Glock from her ankle holster. Constance's eyes widened. Is that necessary? Stay here. Don't get out. This is all my fault. What do you mean? If I had just let Rex tell me about the gems, if I hadn't argued with him, Maggie never would have overheard us. My friends wouldn't be dead. I killed them all, Miss Wade. Finley unbuckled her seatbelt. Stay in the car and get out of here if you see Maggie come outside alone. Are you going in there, Miss Wade? When Tony shows up, tell him that Zelda and I are inside, and my mom will be seriously pissed at him if he shoots us. She was out of the car and running across the street before Constance could answer. Chapter 31. The Reunion. Finley reached the door as Jack pushed it open. She followed him in and crouched down just inside the empty waiting room. See? She whispered. I haven't found her yet. Maggie? There's a lot of offices. Go, she said. And Jack? He looked back. If Maggie hurts Zelda, shoot her.
He lifted his .38 Special from a trench coat pocket and grinned. As he disappeared into the dark offices, Finley leveled her gun and followed. At the conference room, where Grant had given her the bottle of Spy Dog, she let Jack go first. He looked back at her and shook his head. The next office was closed, and lettering on the door read Dan Stevens, CPA. Grant must have been renting out office space. His name was the only one on the building. Finley tried the door. It was locked. And so were another two. "How big is this place?" Jack asked. Finley shrugged. At the end of the hall, he went left. She went right. Fudgeberries. Zelda couldn't remember why she'd stepped through the front door to Grant Wellman's building. There'd been a definite purpose when she chased Maggie out to the parking lot back at Jimmy's. She'd even remembered what needed to be done as she'd marched the 3 blocks here after Maggie's car had zoomed off, leaving her behind. The front door had been unlocked, and she'd triumphantly stepped inside, ready to do whatever it was that needed being done. And then it had all melted away the minute she'd crossed the threshold. What was it called when that happened? She tapped a finger to her cheek and then punctuated the air with a ta-da! Doorway effect. Why could she remember that and nothing else? She wandered in past reception and gave the hall a good look. Left or right? Or straight? Had there always been this many choices? She did a quick eeny-meeny and turned that way, stumbling along till she came to an office. She ran a finger along the gold nameplate, declaring this space to be the property of Grant Wellman himself. The door was already open, so she held onto the frame as she swung herself inside. Whee! In the middle of the room, she wagged a finger at the mess. There were papers everywhere, and things everywhere, like someone had shaken the desk upside down. Probably a giant someone. It was a big desk. Nearby, a metallic clatter made her lay a finger to her lips. "Mice," she whispered, and tiptoed in that direction. Maggie was pissed. The gemstones had to be somewhere in the building. They weren't in Mike's box anymore. Finley would have turned them in by now, and they'd be all over the news. And they weren't in Grant's car, or his crappy studio apartment, and he didn't have a safe deposit box, that he'd admit to. She should have gone a little easier on him. Hindsight always hits you a bit too late. She'd just have to keep looking. She went back to the employee bathroom and looked in the toilet tank one more time, and then grabbed her gun from the sink. She'd check the kitchen again. Zelda looked in the fridge. No mice. And then the tiny sink. No tiny mice. She yawned and stuck her hands in the pockets of her trench coat. No mice there either. But wow, the coat had great pockets. They were huge. Why hadn't she noticed them before? She needed to call a tailor. All her clothes deserved pockets like these. She'd go look for a phone. But first she needed to sit down. Looking for mice was exhausting. Outside the little office kitchen, she stumbled over to the wall and slid along until she came to a stool sitting in front of a little reception area. She perched on the edge of the seat and focused her eyes on all the drawers. Fudgeberries. Lots more places that the mice could be hiding. Wait, why was she looking for mice? She rubbed a hand on her chin. Maybe it was better just to take a quick nap. She slid off the stool and onto the floor. Oh, so comfy. She could stay here a while. She turned her head and blinked at Grant Wellman. He didn't look very good. He was sitting on the floor with his head resting on a paper shredder that had eaten most of his tie. She pressed a finger against his cheek. It was cold. Her mouth opened in a silent scream as she scrambled to her feet and ran straight into Jack's arms. "Jack!" It came out as a whisper. "Aren't you dead?" Jack nodded and lifted a finger to his lips. She grinned and pressed a hand to his face. "Why'd you bring me?" He slipped an arm around her neck and pulled her close as Maggie strode into view. She got all the way to the office kitchen, passing by them so closely that Jack could have reached out to touch her. He could have iced her. But what would it do to Zelda? And if he let go, she'd be visible. Could he protect her from Maggie?
Would a bullet pass through him and hit her? Damn it. A bullet would pass through him. He was a ghost. All he could do was yell. So he did. Finley!
Chapter 32. The Showdown. Finley came out of nowhere and took Maggie down in a single leap. They rolled, and as the barrel of the gun swung wildly, Jack yanked Zelda out of the way. She snatched a stapler off the reception desk and launched it at Maggie. It missed and clipped Finley on the shoulder. Distracted, her girlfriend threw a double take in their direction, and Maggie jammed her elbow into Finley's stomach. The PI lost her grip on the gun as a handful of pens hit Maggie in the face. She swiped at the air, and Finley took the moment to roll them over one more time. As she came out on top, Finley pried one of Maggie's fingers off the barrel and bent it back until she heard the snap. The woman screamed, and the gun clattered to the floor. Beneath her, Maggie balled up her left fist and punched wildly, getting in a lucky shot, catching Finley just below her right eye. Stunned, she slid onto her back and tried to focus on Maggie as the woman climbed to her feet and clutched her wrist. "You broke my finger!" She drew back a foot and caught Finley in the ribs. "Where are my gems?" She choked on the word and dropped to her knees as wisps of mist rose up off the ice crystals on her neck. Finley coughed and pushed herself up off the floor. She cradled an arm to her ribs and went over to the gun. Squatting down, she picked it up and let out a rattling breath as she used a bookshelf to pull herself to her feet. Back at Maggie's side, all she wanted to do was shoot the woman in the face. "You might not have pulled the trigger, but you killed my friend," she said. "Finley?" It was Tony's voice. She looked up at her cousin, and then down at the gun she had pointed at Maggie's head. "Finn, can you put it down? She got Jack killed. And we'll sort it out, I promise. Just put down the gun." "Listen to him, honey." Finley looked over at Jack and Zelda, who was snuggled into his chest. Part of her wanted to pull the trigger, get revenge for his death, but she knew that if she did it, her life was over, and it wasn't worth it. She lowered the gun, and Tony raced to take it from her, and then grinned as he examined the weapon. "Safety's on. Lucky, huh?" Finley didn't answer. She wouldn't be ready to laugh about any of it for quite a while. Tony snapped cuffs on Maggie's wrists and yanked her to her feet. "Hang on," Finley said. She balled up her fist and punched Maggie in the face. They let Zelda sleep until the patrol car and ambulance arrived for Maggie and Grant. And then Finley woke her up and waved away the stench of whiskey. Zelda threw her arms around Finley's neck. "My hero!" She pursed her lips and leaned to one side to blow a kiss at Jack. He tipped his hat. "Think she'll remember this tomorrow?" he asked. "I sure hope not," Finley said. "Hope not what?" Tony asked. "Nothing. Let's go." They followed him outside. Constance was waiting by the car with Dante. He was holding the bottle of Spy Dog. She had the box. "Miss Wade, the gemstones aren't in here." Tony strolled over for a look. "What gemstones?" "Are you sure?" Finley asked. Constance tilted the box, and Zelda waved her hand through the falling sand. If Grant didn't have them, Maggie didn't have them, where the hell are they? Finley asked. Zelda began to giggle. "I know where they are." Tony snapped his fingers. "What the hell is everybody talking about?" "The secret's in the soil," Zelda whispered. Chapter 33. The Doll Returns. Jack strolled over to Constance and looked down at the sand running through Zelda's fingers. He lifted a bottle of La Leche Celestial from one of his trench coat pockets and stuck the red and white striped straw into his mouth for a generous sip. "What you talking about, honey?" Finley squatted down to catch Zelda's eye. "Z?" she asked. "What do you mean, the secret's in the soil?" Zelda dropped to a knee and whispered, "Soil. cactus. The doll.
Finley sucked in a breath. Right. Jack crouched into view and leaned his hands on his knees. Are we talking about Penny? Zelda nodded and pressed her index finger to one side of her nose.
Let's not say another word unless the copper,
she jerked a thumb over her shoulder at Tony,
realizes we's along for the showdown.
That got a laugh from the copper. But of course, Tony said. I'll just break every rule in the handy-dandy How to Be a Cop book and invite a PI on my case while I'm at it. I'll let her girlfriend, the actress, run the show and let the two of them corrupt any possible evidence and get the case kicked due to improper procedure. Zelda leaped to her feet and patted him on the chest. Glad we're on the same page. She took the empty box, tossed it to Dante, and grabbed Constance's arm. Come on, she said, dancing the woman over to Finley's car. Tony blocked his cousin from following. Why can't somebody please just tell me what's going on? Finley dug her keys out of a pocket. Miss Sullivan will text you from the car. Why? Tony asked. Because I'll be driving, and I'll need to dictate my I told you so. Tony shifted his weight. This is about Jack, isn't it? Finley bit back a smile. Better be careful. He's standing just to your left. Very funny, Finn. He took a step as Jack's hand sailed through the space that his head had just occupied. She shrugged. It actually is. Start practicing your I'm sorries. Fine. Tony threw up both hands. Text me the address, but keep your I told you so to 25 words or less. I'm serious. Dante will stop reading at word 26. Fine, Finley said. And, Tony added, shaking his index finger at her, when we get there, you will wait outside of whatever structure we're going to until I determine if or when you may go in. Finley shrugged and threw out another. Fine. And, Tony shook the finger at her one more time, if this somehow involves a crime, I can't say that you won't be considered an accessory. That one wasn't fine, and Finley crossed her arms. Seriously? Because we figured it out 5 minutes before you did? What kind of man did my Aunt Trudy raise? Just text me the address and leave my mother out of it. Jack was waiting for them when Finley pulled to the curb in front of Penny Pizzuto's house. Tony and Dante were already inside. There hadn't been any point in trying to beat them there. Finley shut off the engine and rolled down the windows. Zelda leaned into the front and stretched an arm toward the windshield. Hey! Hey! She called, waving at Jack. He waved back and went around to lean in Finley's window. You sure she won't remember this tomorrow? We'll see, Finley said. Constance let out a deep breath. We will, won't we? I still can't believe that Penny could be involved. Jack pushed his fedora back on his head. She could never think anything bad about anybody. Always a classy lady. Finley made a point to look at Jack. I wish I knew what was going on in there. Me too, Constance said. I'm worried about her. All right, already. Jack tugged his hat back into place. Come on, I'll get you in. Really? Finley asked. Of course, Constance said. I don't wish ill of the woman. If she'd have turned the gemstones over to the police all those years ago, Rex would have gone to jail. Finley unbuckled her seatbelt. Should we go in? Constance asked. I'm going to take a little peek. You stay here, just in case Tony wants to ask you questions. I hadn't thought about that. Just stay put. She glanced into the back seat to say the same to Zelda, but she didn't have to. Her girlfriend was stretched out across the seat, sound asleep, and snoring. Finley got out and followed Jack around the back of the car. He took her hand as they came up the side. Passing by Constance's window, they heard the woman let out a sigh. Watch over her, Jack, she whispered. Chapter 34. The Gist. 2 patrol cars and a black SUV turned onto the street, and Finley ducked behind her car. The SUV parked in Penny's driveway, and the patrol cars took up positions along either side. Look at that, Jack whined. They're destroying her grass. Yeah, That's the worst of what's going on, Finley said. A guy in a crumpled suit went inside, followed by 2 cops in uniform. Come on. Jack picked up the pace as they headed around to the back door. They heard Penny before they found everyone in the living room. She was wailing in despair and clinging to Dante as if her life depended on it. Jack slipped his hand in Finley's and led her into the room. Tony was over on the couch with a spoon in one gloved hand and a dirt-stained velvet bag in the other. The cactus garden that Zelda had admired the last time she and Finley had been there was out of the pot and all over the coffee table in front of him. The guy in the suit had his hands on his hips and looked like he'd been asleep when he'd gotten the call. Tony continued to dig through the dirt, and everyone was quiet. Except for Penny. Finley let out a frustrated sigh. So what's happening? Jack shrugged. I guess we missed the big reveal. How? We were like 10 steps behind the new guy. Jack pushed his fedora back on his head. Let me try something. He tightened his grip on Finley's hand and led her over to the guy. Leaning in close, he whispered in his ear. Explain it again. The guy swatted at the air, barely missing Jack's chin. Jack licked his lips and tried again. You have no clue why you're here. Ask Detective Fink to explain it all one more time. That got another air swipe. But the guy in the suit licked his lips and shifted his weight. Why am I here again? Tony looked up from the dirt. I just told you, Lloyd. Run me through it one more time, Detective Fink. Detective Wade. That got a laugh from Jack. And a raised eyebrow from Tony. Well, like I just said, maybe 2 minutes ago, these stones are from a 30-plus-year-old robbery. And since that's your side of the street, I thought I'd give you a call. Jack whispered to Lloyd. And how was the woman involved? And the woman? Lloyd asked. This is fun, Jack said. I wish I'd tried it sooner. Finley squeezed his hand. Just don't ever do it to me. Or Zelda. What about Walter? She bobbed her shoulders. Over at the couch, Tony dropped the spoon on the coffee table and shook the dirt off of his gloves. I thought you wanted me to write it all up. Lloyd nodded and started to turn away. Jack shouted, now, in the guy's ear. Lloyd parroted him and then rubbed his eyes again. Sorry, I was dead asleep when you called. Just give me the gist now. Okay. Tony stood up. Rex Sullivan, a retired cop from about 30 years ago, was working a jewelry heist with his partner, and the two ended up keeping a portion of the recovered goods. The partner died in a robbery shortly thereafter, and Rex stuck the stolen gems into a box that he had Penny Pizzuto take to a lawyer for safekeeping. Miss Pizzuto thought the contents was an expensive bottle of booze, so when she dropped the box, she opened it to check. That got a collective, oh, from Finley and Jack. Lloyd nodded his head. And she kept the gemstones. She did, Tony said. Okay, has Miss Pizzuto been read her rights? Right after I asked if she had them and she confessed. I dug them up, though, just in case. And how did you find out? Tony chewed on the inside of his cheek. Confidential information, which is why I checked the cactus. My CI isn't always that reliable. Finley slapped at the back of Tony's head, and her hand made contact. He jumped to look around, and she froze. Interesting, Jack whispered. Tony tilted his head to look at the space occupied by Finley and Jack, not seeing them there, but somehow knowing that there was something there. Fantastic, Lloyd said, breaking the spell, but he didn't sound all that happy. Take her in, guys. Tony dug his cell phone out of a pocket. I'll leave you to it, he said. Come on, rookie, he shouted to Dante. The tall black man handed Penny off to one of the patrol cops and hurried after Tony. Finley's phone dinged, and Lloyd looked her way. Time to go, Jack, she said. Outside, she checked her phone. It was a message from Tony. I see your car. Get out of here. Tell Miss Sullivan to lawyer up. She'll be in my report. Finley typed back. As a witness? There was a long pause, then... Probably. A moment later, there was another text from Tony. And your I told you so was 29 words. Finley texted back.
And you won't tell my mom about any of this, right? He replied.
Your B&E and my living in sin, one washes out the other. See you at Mom's for dinner.
Jack got them back to the car, and she climbed into the driver's seat, scaring Constance.
Where did you come from?
Sorry, Finley said, buckling up. In the back seat, Zelda burped and leaned into the front.
Can we sleep in tomorrow?
Tomorrow. Finley knocked a fist on her forehead. In the morning, she had her meeting with Rent. As far as she knew, Walter hadn't gotten the money shot, which meant she needed to swing by Maggie's bar and get that envelope. A glance at her watch told her that Jimmy's would still be open. Simone was probably behind the bar. She'd be delighted to hear about Maggie's troubles and would hand over the envelope for a nice tip. Finley reached over her shoulder to press a hand to Zelda's face. Just one stop, and then we can sleep in.
You don't need to drive me home, Miss Wade, Constance said. I can call for a ride.
Finley shook her head. You're fine. The stop's on the way. I need to grab something from Jimmy's bar. In the back seat, Zelda burped again.
Oh, that reminds me. Gotcha present.
She reached into her trench coat and wiggled around until she shouted out a ta-da and presented Finley with a crushed manila envelope. The letters F and N were visible in the folds. Finley tugged open the flap and peeked inside, and then twisted in her seat to cup her girlfriend's face for a kiss. Z, once again you got the dope. After she dropped off Constance and had put Zelda to bed, Finley picked up her phone and typed out one last message of the night. Mrs. Salazar, I will see you in my office in the morning. Time to close out your case.
Is that the blonde lady we kept following?
Finley jumped in fright and ended up throwing her phone across the bed. Jack was sitting in an easy chair by the door.
Jack, she hissed. What are you doing here?
We used to get a drink when we closed a case,
he said, holding up the little bottle of La Leche Celestial and dropping in a red and white striped straw. Do I look like I want a drink?
Kinda, he said.
I'll see you in the office tomorrow.
Fine.
He dissolved into nothing moments later and was gone. After she'd found her phone and plugged it into the charger, Finley kept her eyes on the chair for a long time, and it was more than an hour before she fell asleep. Chapter 35. The Wrap and New Setup. Finley was up early. She left Zelda snoring in bed and found Walter snoring at the kitchen table. There was an envelope of photos next to a cold cup of coffee. All were of Mrs. Sanchez. All were night shots. All had been taken from a distance. And all could have been of any random blonde woman in any random town. There wasn't a single shot in the bunch that did more than insinuate. It was sweet that Walter thought differently. He had written "money shot" with 2 exclamation points on the envelope, and he'd worked hard to get them, knowing how wrapped up she'd been with Jack's death. She dropped them into her messenger bag. At least he'd saved her time. She was meeting Mrs. Sanchez at her office in less than an hour, and she needed some throwaway photos. All in all, Walter really did deserve to be a true partner. She'd have to talk to him about it when she got home. At the office, Jack had his feet up on his old desk and was sipping from a coffee cup that declared him to be the world's greatest detective.
"Morning," he said. "I left you some."
She glanced over at the pot. Sure enough, it was half full. A week ago, she might have asked how a ghost could make coffee, or why they would even drink it. But now, after everything they'd been through together, she was past all that. She filled up a cup and dropped into the chair at her desk. Jack bobbed his head at the wall clock.
"I was thinking you were going to be late. Your 9 o'clock should be here any minute."
Finley smiled at him over her mug. "That's why you're here."
"Mrs. Sanchez is the blonde woman, right?"
Jack swung his feet to the floor and leaned forward in his chair.
"Spill it. Why were we following her all over the city? And why were you taking photos that she knew you were taking?"
Finley set her cup down. "You tell me something first."
"What?"
"Why do you call Tony Detective Fink?" Jack leaned back in his chair and spun it around.
Come on, Finley said. You share, I'll share. Her mentor walked the chair back to face her. Fine. He's a fink 'cause he's a tattle. He got me kicked out of a crime scene for talking to the Vic's mom. That's it? I was this close to getting the case. The lady was not happy with how the evidence was being handled. Murder? Finley asked. Robbery. The son was out of the country and she was watching his place. Wait, you did this at the crime scene? To one side, out in the yard, by her car. She was already unhappy? Finley asked. She was gonna be. Detective Fink was on the case. Now tell me yours. Hang on. She dug a folder out of the bottom drawer of her desk and glanced up at the clock. The second hand jumped to the 9 and the door swung open. Victoria Sanchez stood in the entryway for a long moment, a bright smile plastered on her face. Miss Wade? Finley nodded to the chair in front of her desk. Mrs. Sanchez? The woman's high heels clicked on the tile floor as she sashayed over to the chair and perched on the edge of it. Let's get this over with. Finley nodded to the folder. Victoria raised an eyebrow and casually flipped open the front cover, and smiled as she turned over each photo. When she'd reached the last one, she stood up and made a point of checking her watch. It seems I have time for a little more shopping before I need to head home. Finley held up her index finger. She opened the bottom drawer again, dug the crumpled envelope from Zelda out of her messenger bag, and handed it over. It didn't take long for Victoria to sit back down. Those are copies, Finley said as the woman looked inside. Once again, the photos were of Victoria. At a back booth, Miss Wade? Finley nodded to the chair in front of her desk. Mrs. Sanchez? The woman's high heels clicked on the tile floor as she sashayed over to the chair and perched on the edge of it. Let's get this over with. Finley nodded to the folder. Victoria raised an eyebrow and casually flipped open the front cover, and smiled as she turned over each photo. When she'd reached the last one, she stood up and made a point of checking her watch. It seems I have time for a little more shopping before I need to head home. Finley held up her index finger. She opened the bottom drawer again, dug the crumpled envelope from Zelda out of her messenger bag, and handed it over. It didn't take long for Victoria to sit back down. Those are the copies, Finley said, as the woman looked inside. Once again, the photos were of Victoria, at a back booth in Jimmy's bar. But this time, a man had his arms around her and was chewing on the side of her throat, much to her delight. Victoria blew out a sigh. How? I was so careful. Finley shrugged. Let's just say my people are very observant. Victoria opened her purse. So it seems. She found a thick envelope and tossed it on the desk. Finley thumbed through each 100 until she'd counted out 25. She touched the cash to her forehead in a mock salute and dropped the wad into the bottom drawer of her desk. You'll see that my husband gets the boring ones, along with a good report. Finley nodded. You were faithful as always. See you next month. Finley smiled. Not if I see you first. Mrs. Sanchez left in a huff, and Jack was ready with 2 bottles of avocado-flavored La Leche Celestial rum, both topped with red and white bendy straws. You make me proud, kid. Finley tipped her bottle against his. Thanks. They took a sip for a moment. Finley could almost taste the disgusting undeliciousness of the real stuff. It even made her cough a little. She cleared her throat. Can I ask you something, Jack? Sure. Did you come back to see Constance? Today? No. The day you died. He sighed and pushed his hat back on his forehead. Maybe. I saw Rex's obituary. She was pretty upset when I dropped her off last night, Finley said. She still thinks this is all somehow her fault. Why would she think that? Jack asked. It was Maggie. He drained his bottle of rum and found another in one of his trench coat pockets. It was all Maggie. Maybe you should tell her that.
What if I disappear mid-confession? You solved my murder. I expect the heavens will open up at any moment and welcome me home. Finley raised an eyebrow, and he shrugged. I led a pretty clean life.
She got up and felt his eyes on her as she crossed the room to the cabinet and fished out a file. Constance should know you came back for her.
I think she's been through enough.
And that's exactly why you need to tell her. Finley tugged the strip of photos out of the back pocket of her jeans. The one she'd been carrying since she'd picked them up off a bathroom floor all those days ago. She'll never forgive herself, she said, until she realizes it's not her fault. She set the photos of Gregory Claymore and his girlfriend inside the folder marked Jack Strickland and dropped it back into the cabinet. When she turned around, she was alone. Jack was gone. So was the bottle of La Leche on her desk. Maybe the heavens had come for him after all. Goodbye, Jack.
Ah, good, you're practicing.
Tony was standing in her open door. What are you doing here? She asked.
Giving you a ride to your appointment.
What appointment? Finley asked.
The hour with a psychiatrist you agreed to see after you pulled your gun on that poor schmuck at the storage place? I never made an appointment. Zelda did. That sounded like her girlfriend. Let's go. He clapped his hands together a few times and then rolled his index finger in the air. Finley headed back to her desk. I have your mother's number on speed dial. As do I yours, he said. Fine. Taking my own car. Tony tailgated her the entire way, parked beside her car, followed her into the building, punched the floor button in the elevator, and opened the psychiatrist's office door for her. She waited a long count of 10 and peeked back out into the hall. Tony was leaning against the wall, staring at her. He waved, and she sighed and went back in. Dr. Ellis was a chipper Asian woman in her 40s who motioned to a chair and kept a neutral expression on her face as Finley sat down. You can put your purse on the coat rack. No, thank you. Finley set the messenger bag in her lap. All right, Dr. Ellis said. I read the police report concerning the incident. Shall we discuss it? She turned a page over on her notepad and picked up her pen. Incident? Finley asked. There had been so many over the past few days. She wasn't sure which one the doctor wanted to talk about. The storage facility? When I pulled my gun on that nice guy who was trying to store stuff. Yeah. Finley slouched back in her chair. Do I have to? Talk? Dr. Ellis asked. Of course not. This isn't like a police requirement? No. Great. Finley got up. Because I'm really okay. She slung her purse over her shoulder, gave the doctor a 2-finger salute, and jogged over to the door. Tony was still out in the hall. He waved again, and she closed the door again. Dr. Ellis pointed at the empty chair with her pen. I think he plans to stay out there until our session is over. Finley sat back down. Yep. Dr. Ellis crossed her legs. Miss Wade, I want you to know that this room is a judgment-free zone. It's all right to talk about things that disturb you. Jack strode through the wall and held up a hand. There you are. Jack? Finley asked. Dr. Ellis sat up a bit straighter in her seat. Yes, Miss Wade. Let's talk about Jack. Finley ignored her. What are you doing here? You were supposed to go see Constance. Dr. Ellis's pen paused mid-stroke. She looked up. Who's Constance? Jack motioned at the air behind him. I was, but I ran into somebody. Finley leaped to her feet as the ghost of a young black woman stepped through the wall. She looked like a typical college student, except for all the blood and the slash across her throat. This is Lily, Jack said. Ghost Lily thumbed through a stack of index cards and held up one that read, Hello. Can you help her? 4 Bullets and a Ghost, written by Melissa Bonzak, narrated by Rebecca Brokaw-Sands. We hope you enjoyed it.